Welcome to tonight's council meeting of Tuesday, April 25th. We start off our council meetings with the singing of O Canada. I'd like to welcome up Kennedy. Kennedy, if you'd like to come to one of the microphones, we'll make sure that the little red light is on, whichever one you choose to sing at. Kennedy Bernoli. She's a 13-year-old student at Cardinal Newman Elementary School. She enjoys studying math, French, and science, as well as playing soccer and basketball. She loves writing, traveling, and of course, singing. Kennedy plans to become a surgeon when she grows up. She's pleased to have been asked to sing our national anthem for our city council. And I now say, Kennedy, welcome, and you can start whenever you're ready.
Okay, thank you. Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all our sons' command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north strong and free. From far and wide, oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Et ta valeur, deux fois son pays, protéger nos foyers et nos droits. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Thank you.
Kennedy, that was fantastic. I'll be sure to tell Mr. Kerholm what a great job you did here tonight. Thank you very much. Thank you. Awesome. Wow. Well done. Okay, welcome, councilors. First motion we're looking for is an adoption of the minutes from our March 28th meeting. So moved by Councilor Morocco, seconded by Councilor Peter Angelo. Any discussion of those minutes? Seeing none, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, that's approved unanimously. Next up, disclosures of a pecuniary interest. We have the disclosures. Councilor Thompson and Morocco and Carrier.
Yes, I have report PBD 2017-12, the discussion with respect to the casino.
Thank you. Councilor Morocco.
Yes, I have check number 403161 made up to my spouse.
Councilor Campbell.
I didn't have my mic on.
Thank you, Your Worship. Check number 403, I'm sorry. Check number 403637 is made out to myself. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Carrier.
I don't know how you get a check, but I have a, with number PBD 2017-12, the Fallsview Casino Development Agreement. I'm the next door neighbor.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Carrier.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. Niagara Catholic District School Board, 00075, 0005, my employer, and 403180, made out to myself.
Thank you very much. Councilor Carrier.
Thank you. Two conflicts under municipal accounts, check number 403112 and check number 403646 for services payable to myself. Thank you.
Thank you. And I, as well, I've got a check me over to myself, check number 403122. Now, we're hearing a little bit of noise back here. I'm not sure, does anyone know where this is coming from? Oh, the headset of the camera guy. Okay, so we'll have to, Mr. Cameraman, I don't know if there was anything you can do about that headset.
Is there feedback coming through?
Yeah, we can hear
Yeah,
the
it sounds like
conversation.
feedback.
Somebody wants to order pizza or something, I'm not sure. Okay, great, thank you. Okay, moving on to our reports, thank you for that. The report section of tonight's meeting. Report number MW 2017-14, City of Niagara Falls Master Drainage Plan Update Study. And Mr. Holman, would you like to introduce us?
Oh, sure, Mr. Mayor. This is something we wanted to bring to your attention about the condition of our storm drainage system. We just completed a master drainage plan. Kent Shakaskoy, our manager of assets and infrastructure, is here to make a presentation. And he has with him the consultant, Dave Monder from Aquifer Beach.
Yes, Councilor
I
Campbell.
just want to be recognized for the,
Okay, yeah, okay.
Okay, good evening. As Mr. Holman indicated, I'm going to be doing a presentation on the Master Drainage Plan Update Study. Aquifer Beach and Mr. Monder have been working on this project on our behalf for a number of years now, and we are ready to proceed to the next step. So what I'd like to request is that if there are any questions, if they could be left until we're done the presentation, and make it flow a little bit better. Okay, briefly an agenda for my presentation is I'm going to go through the scope and study purpose, describe some of the tasks and findings, then go through the recommendations and stormwater drainage strategies. Due to a fair amount of input that was received during our public consultation, there is a slide towards the end that deals with and talks about localized drainage issues. And then we'll go to the, I'll close with our next steps. So firstly, just to kind of define what a master plan is and kind of its purpose. Master plans are long-range and high-level, essentially planning and guidance documents. They look at a system and do a high-level analysis. And they're to address existing servicing issues as well as accommodate future growth. There's network level analysis provided, but they don't delve into site-specific issues, although there will be information providing guidance in the document to deal with those. Okay. So why are we doing an update to our master drainage plan? Our existing master drainage plan dates back to 1981, so it's somewhat outdated, and due to ongoing and rapid growth within the city and the associated service challenges, it was deemed prudent to undertake this update. As well, there are forthcoming and upcoming changes in the regulation and legislation pertaining to stormwater drainage that should be addressed and captured in the document. And what is needed is a comprehensive plan to provide guidance on priority capital investments and service level policies with respect to community-based drainage initiatives. Here's a list of the various tasks. I'll just quickly go through them. Was a review of all the background data and a gap analysis performed. There was a desktop inventory of our drainage infrastructure and a condition assessment. There was an operations and maintenance review undertaken with particular focus on our existing stormwater management ponds. There was a natural heritage impacts assessment on all the major watercourses within the city. And there was public consultation that was done, which is in accordance with phases 1 and 2 of the municipal class environmental assessment process. We also, there was also an evaluation of our design rainfall events that were undertaken within the context of potential climate change impacts. There was an evaluation as well undertaken of existing drainage policies, regulations, and guidelines, both not only at the local municipal level, but at higher levels, up to the provincial level as well. A system capacity and performance analysis was done, which was the creation of a hydraulic stormwater model of our storm sewer network within the urban area. And then there was identification of areas of concern, developing evaluation of alternatives, and then providing recommendations with some approximate costing. Okay, just some statistics and some of the summarization of the findings. There's some maps that are in here. I'm going to jump around a little bit back and forth so that you can have some context with some of the things I'm going to be talking about. Total area, 21,400 hectares with seven different sub-watershed areas. So you can see this. I know that I apologize, the maps are, because they're citywide, they're at very small scale, so they won't be very legible. But it kind of conveys that the scope of the study is very high level, and we don't delve into necessarily a lot of details with this study. Anyway, so it shows the 7 different watershed areas, with majority of the city draining either into Niagara River, Lower Welland River, or the urban area drains largely into the OPG Canal or directly into Niagara River. And then there's the portion in the northwest quadrant that drains to Shriners Creek and Beaver Dams Creek. Okay, so going back, okay, the predominant soil types within the city are silt and clay, which is the majority of the city, with some silt and sand in the northern urban area. The terrestrial aquatic ecology, which was the evaluation of the relative health of our existing water courses, were found to be mostly degraded, with the grades in the C and D range, and then the surface water quality grades, as you can see, range from C to F, with the majority of them scoring a D. With respect to the urban storm network, we have approximately 320 kilometers of storm sewer, 5,400 pipes, 5,200 manholes, and 6,800 catch basins. And I've noted there that most of our storm sewer pipes have been built since the 1950s. So our storm sewer system, the oldest pipes are approximately 60 years old in age, which is getting towards kind of the last sort of part of their service life. Usually we're expecting about a 75 to 80 year service life out of our system. So we're kind of into that 20-year horizon where some of these systems are going to start to need to be replaced. We have 12 stormwater management pond sites. Some of those sites have, I've got a map here showing them. It's hard to see the yellow dots there, but so there's 12 sites. Some of them have multiple ponds, and then as new development is coming online, there's additional ponds that are being built that will be assumed by the city as we assume the other servicing. Okay, moving on. So some of the findings. We looked at 5 most significant storm events that happened basically over the last 10 to 12 years or so. And we mapped all the reported flooding incidents, and I'm going to flip to the next slide, which kind of shows it. All those dots represent the flooding incidents. By far the most significant event occurred about now just almost 4 years ago, back in July of 2013, and during that event we had in excess of 500 reported flooding incidents, and that's just the ones that we have records of. A lot of people got flooded and dealt directly with their insurance company, so they didn't even come to us. So I'm sure the number of people impacted is even significantly higher than that. Okay, so out of those, from that mapping, we derived 24 or identified 24 problem areas. Now, of those problem areas, and I'm going to go flip back to this one again. It's hard to see the hatching there. We designated where those problem areas, the flooding was associated with either combined sewer servicing issues, sanitary sewer servicing issues, or stormwater servicing issues. Now with this study concentrated on those areas that are strictly dealing with the storm sewer servicing issues. Now the combined and sanitary sewer servicing, we're also currently wrapping up another master plan study, which is our citywide pollution prevention control plan study, and we'll be bringing that before council probably, I think, in a couple of months, and that'll concentrate more on the sanitary and combined sewers and what the issues are there and what the recommended plans are to deal with the flooding in those areas. Okay, so 8 of the areas out of the 24 were what was attributed to storm sewer servicing. So a hydraulic computer model of the urban storm drainage system was created. We only concentrated for the scope purpose of this study on what we call the trunk system. So it was all the pipes that were 2 feet or 600 millimeters in diameter or greater. There was a hydraulic level of service analysis undertaken, and I'm just going to quickly flip to that. Again, it's very hard to see, but the pipes are all color-coded based on the level of service that the system provides in those areas. Our current design level of service is a 5-year return period event, which is essentially based on the probability, which is a 1 in 5 chance in any given year that a storm of that magnitude or greater would be encountered. So majority of the system was found to be at an adequate level of service, with a few kind of remote ones that are areas that are where there are under service. And what the report essentially does is recommends improvements in those areas where we've identified a substandard level of service in the sewer, and it's also associated with flooding. The other ones where we've got identified conveyance issues with the pipes, we'll probably deal with those when we're undertaking other infrastructure improvements in that area. Okay, and then the final part of the findings is the climate change assessment and review, and how it pertains to our design rainfall events. And what was found was that, interestingly in general, is that in recent history, the annual rainfall quantities in this area have actually gone down slightly now. You can recall the last few years we have had a couple of substantially, like, fairly dry summers, which has probably impacted that amount as well. But when we do get a rainstorm event, it's very intense, lots of rain, all happening at once, and that's what leads to that's what triggers these kind of flooding problems, because what ends up happening is the ground gets quickly saturated, and then all this rainfall that falls instantly becomes runoff, and then enters into our system, surcharges it, and then starts backing up all over the place. So based on that, the climate change assessment is recommending that we increase our design storm events by 5%, and that should provide us with an adequate level of service within the planning horizon of this document. Okay, so moving forward, public consultation. So we originally, to make sure that we wanted to get a lot of feedback, we decided we were going to specifically target all those areas that were identified as having flooding issues, and we hand-delivered over 3,000 notices to everyone in those areas, notifying them of the study, letting them know that we had this public information center planned, which was held on April 14th, and then we also circulated a questionnaire for everyone to fill out, and we also posted the same questionnaire online for people to fill out through that. In terms of response and feedback, as far as public meetings with respect to master plans go, I think we got very good response. We had about 80 people attend the PIC, and we got 170 completed surveys. So we were quite pleased with the feedback, but it seemed like a lot of the feedback was focused on issues with respect to private property, and particularly rear yard drainage issues. So that was why we decided, even though it's not really within the scope of, or the mandate of a master plan to kind of delve into that, we asked for some commentary from the consultant within the report, and I've got a slide that kind of talks about that coming up. Okay, so now we're going to go into some of the recommendations and the strategies that are coming out of the master drain study. Of those 8 originally identified areas, 6 priority areas were identified, and we ended up combining 2 of the problem areas into one to make a fairly large-scale project. So we've got 5 capital works projects that are recommended, and the total is approximately $22 million to implement all of those projects. The study and design phases for portions of those projects were included in the 2017 budget, and some of them were approved, so some of this work will be proceeding subject to moving forward and finalizing of the master drain plan document. Okay, the first area, which is by far the largest, this is centers around Corwin Crescent. Now this is a partially combined sewer service area, and it's partially separated. There's different areas, as you can see, highlighted by the yellow dots where there was flooding encountered. The issue in this area and why it was addressed in the MDP is that there is a requirement for a brand-new storm sewer outfall that needs to be constructed that empties into the OPG canal. So for this reason, that's why it's being addressed in here. As we move forward, and it may not be easy to see on the slide there, but there's already, I think, within this area, basically between Lundy's Lane and McLeod, there's 4 or maybe 5 existing outfalls already there. Some of them are already at capacity. So part of what we want to do in subsequent design phases is we want to do some optimization and studying of maybe some diversions of some of the upstream areas to try and optimize the use of all of these outfalls, and it will help with sewer separation efforts in some of these other areas. The other key component to this project and why it's kind of on the top of the list in terms of priorities moving forward is that, as you may be aware, the OPG has some upcoming planned maintenance activities that they want to do on the canal, where the canal is going to be drained, to do some significant improvement works, tentatively scheduled to happen, I think, in 2020 and 2021. So we've had some preliminary discussions with staff from OPG and made them aware of this proposal, and if we can coordinate the works correctly, we can have the works on the outfall happen at the same time that the OPG works are going on, and it'll save a lot of, it's a great opportunity for us to kind of piggyback on a lot of their work. So that means that the timing of this is very important, right? We have to work with OPG on it. They seem to be fairly amenable to the idea, but we also have to worry about making sure we get the rights to construct the storm sewer outfall. Like we cross, right now the kind of the tentative location is along the Hydro One corridor there, so we have to obviously negotiate and to work with Hydro One on obtaining permission to construct in there. Okay, so the next area is improvements around the existing Beaver Valley Stormwater Management Pond in the upstream area. The modeling indicated that there was some concerns about how this pond is functioning. In particular, the recommendation is that we need to do some work on the downstream outlet water course, and then it's been recommended that we do some performance monitoring of the pond itself, looking at the water levels in response to certain types of events to see and ensure that it's performing as expected. And there's also a recommendation to increase some of the capacity of the storm sewers in the upstream area. Next area is the Orchard Grove swim ponds. There, it's been identified that the capacity of those ponds is not sufficient. Now, these are one of our older facilities within the city. It might have been one of the first swim ponds that we built. So it's about, I think, 30 years of age or so, and it's in dire need of maintenance because it's lost a lot of its kind of original carrying capacity due to issues with siltation and sedimentation. So that needs to be addressed. It needs to be, I know that open space was also multi-used with some playground facilities, and so the area needs to be kind of reconfigured so that the pond is a little more functional. We've also recommended some, again, some upgrades to the storm sewers in the upstream area that service and that drain into that area. Okay, the next priority recommendation is a diversion of the existing Little Mississippi drain. Little Mississippi drain, there is already a diversion of the area outside of the urban portion of Chippewa that goes into what's called the new Little Mississippi drain. But this is to deal with the urban portion, and the intent is to divert at Gunning Drive there and create an open channel along the green space corridor that kind of runs adjacent to Dock Street out to the Welland River. And what this will do is it'll basically free up capacity in the existing system that moves downstream, and you can see it kind of meanders back and forth in and out of private property and along the right-of-ways. And then we've got some options once the diversion channel is completed to either relocate portions of the existing downstream sewers, or even downsize them. Then when we do really relocate them, or what it does is it in effect again frees up surplus capacity in the existing system by diverting some of the water that's currently getting into it. Okay, and the final recommended capital improvement is some storm sewer upsizing along El Dorado Avenue from Rideau Street to deal with some flooding issues that we've had in that area. Okay, the next recommendation is the develop of a new and integrated stormwater treatment and management strategy. And what this would do is assist with runoff reduction during any given rainfall event. And what that again does is by preventing a certain volume of the rainfall from becoming runoff and getting into the storm sewer system, you're in fact creating surplus capacity in the existing system. And the other bonus that it provides is you improve the quality of the runoff, which addresses some of the issues that were identified earlier with respect to degraded quality of water and the water courses, because eventually all this water ends up dumping from storm sewers into the environment. And this is in keeping with the current recommended best practices by the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change. Okay, and then in addition to that, there is upcoming mandated stormwater management guidelines coming from the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change that will require the implementation of low-impact development, or LID concepts, for all new storm drainage infrastructure. And as a benefit, if there's any questions with respect to that, Aquifer Beach and Mr. Monder, they're actually working for the MOECC in developing the guidance documents and manuals for this. It sounds like this probably won't be anything, there won't be anything official till closer to the end of this year, but this change is coming within the lifetime of this document, so it was deemed prudent to kind of make sure that we're kind of out in front of it and accommodating these requirements as part of our storm drainage criteria, design criteria moving forward. Because essentially what's going to come down is that any environmental approvals that are going to be required from the province on any storm drainage projects moving forward are going to require the implementation of some sort of LID concepts. And as you see, I kind of broken down and I've shown some pictures of the different types of controls that they're looking at, either source controls, which are that happen before the runoff or the rainfall even enters the storm drainage system, then conveyance controls are along the system, and then end of pipe are at the end. And they go from ascending cost from cheapest at source controls to the most expensive at end of pipe. But in terms of effectiveness, the source controls are by far the best, because what that does is that takes the water and removes it from the system. Because what it does is these LID concepts essentially mimic the natural hydrologic cycle. So what it does is it promotes infiltration into the soil, so that removes the rainfall and prevents it from becoming runoff. And then secondly, any runoff that does get into the system has been filtered, so it provides an increase in the quality of the water coming through. The issue obviously is with a lot of these source controls is they'll have to happen on the private property side. So that's why we're recommending that this is going to require strong public education to get people interested in doing this kind of work and seeing the benefits to not only the municipality as a whole, but to themselves. Okay, so the next recommendation is an updated operations and maintenance programs, excuse me. So the recommendation is that the city develop updated O&M programs for our roadside ditching and swaling network and for our inventory of existing stormwater management ponds. There are typically with every certificate of authorization that we get when a stormwater management pond is built. There are conditions and a program for recommended maintenance to have these ponds perform basically at peak effectiveness. And a lot of municipalities, not just City of Niagara Falls, have not been kind of keeping up on these maintenance schedules. And so what's happened is the effectiveness of these ponds has degraded over time. So the local district office, we've been in communication with them, and they will be looking to see that the municipalities are taking steps to develop new programs, and that these ponds are inspected on a regular basis and maintained on a regular basis. So we need to take those steps in terms of developing a program and allocating resources to do the maintenance work on a regular basis. Okay, and then the other item is the implementation of a regular program of inspection and maintenance on our storm sewer network. As I had said, our storm sewer system, some of the pipes are entering the latter half of their service lives, so we need to know what's happening in terms of their condition structurally and how they're operating. So the recommendation is through either CCTV and Zoom camera inspections or a combination of both. We assess the condition of the network, and then developing a regular maintenance schedule in terms of flushing and cleaning, and in particular cleaning out all of our catch basins to remove the cumulative material from the sumps. Okay. Next recommendation is taking the existing trunk storm sewer model that's developed as part of the study and extending it to include all the pipes within the system. And then they're recommending that we undertake some ongoing flow monitoring to make sure that the model is properly calibrated and that we maintain a current and accurate representation of our drainage network, which will help us deal with assessing causes and potential solutions to future issues that may arise, and also to look at the impact of future growth and development proposals. Okay, this has been added. It's not a recommendation per se, but it's commentary about all these, improvements that are being recommended, and all this money that's recommended to be spent, and how it's potentially going to need to be funded. Many municipalities use a traditional financing methodology of using a portion of collected property taxes to fund storm drainage projects. But over the past decade, there are several municipalities across Ontario that have shifted to a dedicated stormwater utility approach to fund the programs. Again, the study is not recommending that we adopt this approach, so all that's in the study is kind of some commentary on these municipalities, some of their experiences in developing the utility, the pros and cons of these kind of approaches, and the required resources to kind of execute this kind of a funding strategy. What we should do is potentially put this in kind of the list for consideration when we're next looking at updating our asset management plan as part of the looking at different sustainable funding strategies. Okay, this is the section. This is the slide I was mentioning about. Excuse me. About localized drainage issues. So what's in the report is essentially that consultants recommending that we look at developing some sort of a localized drainage issue policy. This would help to clarify the city's role in mitigation of these localized drainage issues, and the recommendation is the policy is something that can be comprehensive and provide a consistent and fair, equitable approach and process. It would clearly delineate the city's and private landowners' roles and responsibilities. The issue obviously is to what level we want to get involved in private drainage issues as it pertains to available resources to take this on, statutory tools needed to effectively deliver and police or monitor what's happening on the private property side, and what kind of desired level of customer service are we expecting to deliver or want to deliver. Again, we're recommending extensive public education be done as part of the development of this policy, because there needs to be an understanding as to not only what the city's role is going to be in it, but what each property owner's role is in achieving and maintaining an effective private property drainage system. Because,
I'm sorry, Councillor Thompson?
So what are you recommending regarding
we're recommending the development of the policy. That's what the recommendation.
recommending developing a policy?
That's correct.
Okay, I support that because I'm tired of buying shoes standing out in the backyard in the water. It's a problem.
Councillor Morocco? Yeah, well, I think there'll be a number of recommendations that we'll endorse afterwards, once the report's done. Okay, Ken?
I'm almost to the end. So these are the next steps. So moving forward, what we are asking is that we be directed to finalize the study, and then it will be posted for the mandatory 30-day review period in accordance with the municipal class environmental assessment process. The implementation of the capital works improvements and updated O&M programs as are outlaid in the report, and I've touched on in the presentation. The time frame would be, the typical life of a master plan of this nature is 5 to 10 years. So that's kind of the time frame we'd be looking at implementing all of these, and that's kind of the time frame we'd be looking at in terms of having to fund all of this work. We need to address and revise the storm drainage guidelines to deal with not only the increase in the design criteria with respect to climate change, but then also with the potential changes with respect to development of the low-impact development concept and implementing them in all of our projects moving forward. And there's the recommendation about developing the localized drainage issues policy and program, public education campaigns regarding drainage and runoff control, and that obviously should run in parallel with the development of the policy. And then eventually, as I had said, probably during our update to our asset management plans, consideration of alternate stormwater financing strategies, and then revisiting this report in about 5 to 10 years. So I'm done with the formal part, so if there's any questions, I'll answer them as best as I can, and if there's something that's a little more technical or questions that you want.
Niagara Falls, was it?
No.
Okay,
No.
pretty sure.
Thank you.
Definitely not within the city, and yeah, Mr. Monder's available too to answer any of those questions with.
Okay, thank you for that, Ken. I've got Councillor Campbell, Peter Angelo, and Crater.
Thank you, Your Worship. Mine's more of a general question. This past weekend, I received a fair number of phone calls from flooding basements in Chippewa. And I guess moving forward on the plan that you're suggesting tonight will help some of those flooding problems. I have to assume that that's why we're spending all this money. But in the big picture, we have to separate our sewers to really achieve the goals that we want with respect to reducing flooding. Which would be more important, the drainage or the separation of sewers in the big picture?
That's hard to say what's more important. They're actually equally important. I think we have to kind of adopt a multi-pronged approach where we're dealing with all of these things simultaneously. So combined sewer separation is important. We also have to look at the existing state of our existing sanitary sewers as well, so that they don't start, because that can lead to basement flooding just as easily, where a pipe gets degraded to the point where it starts collapsing. And also dealing with the storm drainage issues as well. So they all are equally important, so I don't know if one kind of outweighs the other, but I can say that over the last, at least as long as I've been working for the city, we have dedicated a lot of resources and energy and money to doing sewer separation work, because there is a significant percentage of the city system that is still combined.
And I have a practical question with respect to the canal, OPG's canal. It's my understanding that they're going to cut the flow off so that they can clean out the canal. A lot of our drains are going into the canal. What's going to happen with the water from our drains when they shut the canal down?
Wow, that's something that we are having preliminary discussions about how that's going to be dealt with.
So there's nothing in the works right now that's to be determined?
Yes, that's still to be looked at, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Pietrangelo.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship, and I guess through yourself to Kent, thanks very much for the comprehensive report. I know storm drainage is something that we all get the calls about, whether it's water that's in someone's backyard or water that's in someone's basement. I think people automatically expect that the city has a responsibility to act in a proper manner, and so it's quite appropriate that we have a master plan. I have a couple questions in regards to your report. I know I've said for a number of years, Your Worship, that I really believe in utilizing the OPG canal in the sense that we should have giant drop shafts that would take in water from all over and basically let the stormwater outlet into the OPG canal. So my question to you would be, in regards to the Corwin area, you're going to be draining stormwater from that area into the OPG canal. Is it possible to then oversize that drain out and collect rainwater as well from other areas that are around there? So really oversize that drop shaft and make it giant. And maybe you don't connect it right now, but in the future, at least you have the ability to divert more water into the OPG canal. Because I think, I mean, Niagara Falls has always had a great opportunity in the sense that we have that canal going through our city, but I don't think that we utilize it to the best that we possibly can. So that would be one question that I would have is, can we really oversize that pipe? Like, I don't know what the size of the pipe is right now.
Yeah, and I think that's, I kind of alluded to it when I was on that slide. The intent is, in terms of the next step in the process in dealing with the Corwin area, is we are looking at basically doing a formal EA study of that entire kind of tributary area. And that's going to involve maximizing the use of those existing outfalls that are there and basically sizing this new one to accommodate all that area as much as we can. Obviously, the restriction being, that we have to rely on gravity to get the water there. So there's only a certain kind of percentage of the area. Topography is only going to let us go so far. Like once we kind of get up to Lundy's Lane, where it's kind of a high point, we can't really drain anything north of there towards that area of the canal. But everything basically between Lundy's Lane and McLeod Road is kind of in play in terms of what we can accommodate there. So that's the idea, is to look at different strategies to kind of optimize that. And yes, we'll size that pipe as big as it needs to be to effectively service the area. That's the intent.
Okay. So will we, or do we have the opportunity to make it larger so that we can capture, I guess, rainwater or stormwater from areas that are around the Corwin area in the future?
Yes. Yeah, like I said, I think the only restriction will be is as long as we can get it there, get it into that system by gravity, then it can be accommodated.
Okay.
It's just a balancing, right? Because once the pipe's going to get to a certain size, it's going to start to become, economically pretty expensive.
Yeah.
So we have to kind of optimize that and try and provide a fairly standardized level of service so it's comparable to what's provided elsewhere in the city. That's about probably the only restriction in terms of size.
Okay. And I think if we're dealing with OPG and we're going through the exercise of actually getting approval to put another pipe that empties into the canal, the actual cost of the pipe, whether it be 3 feet or 5 feet wide or even 7 or 10 feet wide, is probably minimal compared to everything else that we're doing in the sense of digging up a road and then excavating so that we can actually lay the pipe, and dealing with OPG and all our staff's time actually of going through the approval process. So it actually is in our best interest to really oversize that pipe as much as we possibly can, and in the future, hopefully make connections to it so that we can take all the stormwater that we have out of the city. I have some other questions, I guess through you to Kent again. I know you talked about Rideau and you talked about oversizing the stormwater pipe that they currently have. I had a question, because I know we beat up on Mr. Holman sometimes because he stands up and he says that, we prepare for, is it dry weather situations? And I guess my question to you would be, what is in there right now? Is it the industry standard size pipe, or is it something that should have been larger from the start?
Well, That's, yeah, obviously, since some of these pipes are fairly old, so they're a little bit before my time in terms of when they were developed, but I can tell you that I know that our storm drainage criteria has evolved over time. So I would assume that they were designed to the standard of the day, and the standard now is obviously changed, and we're looking at obviously upping the standard again to try and provide us a little more resiliency when it comes to climate change. So, what it effectively means if we adopt a higher level of service or a higher degree of protection, all of our existing pipes are right away kind of effectively undersized based on what's going to be the new criteria, but we can't go and upsize them all. So that's something that we'd have to live with. But all those pipes, I'm sure, would have been designed to the standard of the day at that time. So.
Okay. So is it part of the recommendation in this master plan to upsize the industry standard that we currently have?
That's correct, yes. Yeah, the last time that they were updated, I believe, was in 1990, so this is taking into account basically, precipitation data that's happened, that we've collected since then and analyzed, and they're recommending essentially a 5% across the board increase in all of the criteria.
And would you know the difference in cost, again, if we were to up that percentage, if we were to go from 5 to 10%? I mean, because again, you're just dealing with the actual cost of the pipe. Most of your cost is in all of the other things that you do. And I guess I'm just wondering, whether or not it would be something council would be interested in to look at, actually upgrading what we consider to be the industry standard when we talk about stormwater pipes. Because I really don't think that there's anything worse than people getting their basements flooded. And then having to deal with those problems and everything that's associated with it. So I don't know if it's something that we could do here tonight, or if it's something that staff could report back on. But I seriously would like to see the difference between increasing the size of the pipes that we use so that we could hold more water, or we could get more water out of subdivisions so that it doesn't end up in people's basements. And whether or not we'd be looking at a 5 or a 10% increase to the actual project cost. So, I don't know if Mr. Holman has any.
Mr. Holman, yeah?
Mr. Mayor, it's an interesting concept, and I appreciate the council's question. I think in some cases that can be easily achieved. In others, it may not be possible. Remember, what you're talking about is making the pipes bigger, so it gets the water that comes off the land, it's going to get into the pipe and down into the system faster. But we have to be sure that it's got a place to go, right?
Yeah.
Otherwise, we end up with these big, huge ponds.
Yeah.
And we end up with downstream flooding and agricultural lands that are impacted. So there's that balance there. We're comfortable with the 5% across the board recommendation at this point because we know that we need to deal with getting the intense storms away. But as the MOE comes out with other initiatives about groundwater recharge and soak away pits and those types of things, we may not be able to achieve a 10% across the board increase.
Yeah.
But I do appreciate the comment, and I think we can take that away, and as we finalize our policies for new development, we can look at the provision of oversizing and we can use development charges to help us finance.
Okay, and I understand that because of the network it might be difficult, especially when you're making connections from one pipe to the other, to oversize some and then have them going into a pipe that perhaps can't hold all of that volume of water. But maybe we can look at starting it even in the newer developments, because I don't think that we can honestly say that newer developments haven't actually experienced some basement flooding themselves. So maybe that would be a place to start, since their network system starts fresh. So that would be my thoughts, Your Worship. I also had one more comment through yourself to Kent, and it had to do with, I know you showed some pictures of private property that had a lot of flooding in their backyards. And I guess one of my questions is, do you offer them the ability to put in a catch basin to connect to the city's storm drainage system? And what would the cost of that be?
You want me to answer that, Jeff, or?
Mr. Mayor, maybe I could help with that. Okay, so not every solution involves putting a catch basin in. And most localized drainage problems in backyards are usually the result of lot grading that's taken place on a number of different properties. If the municipality is going to spend tax dollars on a catch basin in the backyard, then I think it's important that it go through a proper capital budget process, because it's a capital asset. And it should have an easement on it so that the obligation for ongoing maintenance can be provided by municipal resources. At the moment, we have a system of where residents can work together to put in a private drain. And the municipality will pay for the connection to the sewer main to the property line. And then property owners can work together to install their own drainage works. And that, we've got great examples where that has been successful and other examples where they haven't.
Yeah. My only question, Your Worship, is whether or not we still offer private landowners the ability to put in a private catch basin and connect to the sewage, or to the city's stormwater system. We do?
Yes, provided the outlet isn't a combined sewer. We don't want to move the problem from a backyard into somebody's basement.
Okay. That's all the questions I have, Your Worship. Thanks.
Okay, Councillor Crater?
Thank you. The one issue, they're all important. The one that really caught my eye, and I know Councillor Thompson just mentioned it, there probably hasn't been a weekend that hasn't gone by that all of us haven't received an email or a phone call from somebody that has problems with water. So, this last weekend I was out in Chippewa, visiting a lady, and you'd swear she had a swimming pool in her backyard, but there was no swimming pool, it was just water that had accumulated all around it. And this is the part that I really liked in your report, because when I sat with the lady, I was so impressed when she was explaining to me how she had talked to Nick Goldia from our service center, and how he had said to her, it is your responsibility to deal with this. It's not the city's, it's just the way it's worked out. But I will give you some advice and some direction on how we can resolve it. There may be a cost to you, but she was prepared to pay that. But she was so appreciative that he was prepared to give her advice on how they could hook it up into an existing drain, and that would solve the problem they're working on. And that's what I really liked when I was reading the report. I think we should make it a priority that we have some, maybe we do, and I didn't know it, but we have a clear policy. Because the number of drainage problems seem to be increasing. And the only thing that crossed my mind, and this is what the residents think, the lady I saw, is because there's a development behind it. And of course, she's thinking, well, we put in a new development, all of a sudden, we got a drainage problem. And you can't blame her for thinking that. And with all the development going on throughout the city, we must be extremely careful when we put up these developments that nothing is affecting the existing residents. I mean, we must, but you can see how that lady felt when you're standing in the backyard in Thompson City. Your shoes are pretty wet because you're sinking in, and then the water's coming from everybody else. So I just think, I'll close with this saying, I think it really is a priority that we have a clear policy, that we get it out, that we educate the public about a drainage problem, and here's some solutions the city can help you with, and here's what we'll do, and we'll have some staff that come up and sit with you. Because many of them kind of feel like nobody really cares. Sometimes that's how they're not being reflected with the city staff. That's sometimes when you go up and you sit with these people, that's sometimes how they feel, no one really cares. We know that's not the case. But so I'd like to see, if we have it, and I didn't know we might have it, if we have it, then we should make sure we get that message out, that we have a policy. And if we don't, then we can develop one to really go out of our way to try to help people that have drainage problems. So that part, I congratulate you, that's really important one. Because with all this development going on, I just think there's more and more drainage problems. I'm sure I will. Like I'm sure getting a lot more calls than I've gotten before about actual flooding or basement flooding. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Morocco?
I just want to say thank you very much for the presentation. It's very detailed. One of the questions I have is, we see the whole presentation, and my question is, and I'm sure the question would be from a lot of people, is what is the cost of this presentation that you've just provided us, an estimated cost if we were to actually do all the things in your presentation?
I don't think there is an all, well, the cost of the capital improvement works that I described was what, 22 million, but in terms of the other works with respect to you know, increased maintenance and stuff like that, that's something we would have to, we don't have a figure for how much that additional maintenance work is gonna cost at this point. There is, in the report, there are some benchmark figures with respect to what it would cost to do like regular maintenance on the ponds, but
Okay, and is that $22 million expected to come in within next year in 2018?
that's within the timeframe that we would expect this to be implemented, which is 5 to 10 years.
5 to 10 years? Ugh. Okay, hopefully it's not even 5 years, but that would be great. Thank you so much.
Okay. Any other questions of council? Okay, seeing none, we're looking for a motion to adopt the recommendations. Councillor Kerrio, seconded by Councillor Pietrangelo.
I'll second that, and I wanted to ask whether or not we could look at upsizing the OPG pipe.
Yes,
and,
okay. Going to make that as an amendment? Friendly amendment?
If it's a friendly amendment. And also, Your Worship, that we just received, and also, Your Worship, that we just received something back from staff in terms of whether or not it would be feasible to upsize our current industry standard pipes. So,
Okay, so it's a motion to move the recommendations with the friendly amendment to have staff come back and report on increasing the pipe size. Is that everyone clear on the motion? We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Thank you. That's unanimous.
Your Worship.
Yes, Councillor Pietrangelo.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. I know we have some people waiting to make a deputation, and they were at 6 o'clock. I was wondering if we could move them up before the consent agenda.
Good idea. Thank you for that, Councillor. We'll do that. So, Ken, thank you very much. Okay, so we'll move to the deputation presentations here tonight. First up, we have our local authors, Sylvia Somerville and Heidi Close, and they're going to come to the microphone and they're going to give us a presentation on a book launch that they're having at the Gale Center. So ladies, thank you for your patience. I know it's a riveting and exciting meeting, and I'm sure you're on the edge of your seat. I know John Ray Buckner is very excited about it.
More fun than a picnic, you're right.
Yes, thanks.
Your Worship, Mayor Diodati and honorable councilors, I want to thank you for allowing us to be here this evening and tell you about our interesting project that's coming up. What I'm going to do, we're both, as you know, this is Heidi, also an author. We're both going to be launching books. So what I'm going to do is let Heidi talk to you for a moment, and then I'll finish up if you don't mind.
Sounds good.
Okay. Your Worship, Mayor Diodati, honorable councilors, my name is Heidi Close, and I've been a resident of Niagara for 56 years. I've worked at Brock University for over 28 years now, retired. I started, a little bit about myself, I started writing poetry and songs as a teenager, and my big claim to fame is that I actually have 2 songs on Grammy-nominated CDs in the polka category. So it wasn't Walter Osternack, but Polka Prince Jagora from Burlington.
Oh, wow.
So once they took the polka category away, I was devastated. But knowing that I was going to be a grandmother, I started writing children's stories. And I wrote some about flying pigs and that. And then I wrote two stories about the French River. My husband and I have a cottage up there, and I was inspired, drinking my coffee. I could imagine, the voyageurs going paddling by and everything. So I wrote 2 stories about that. And then I couldn't come up with a third. I thought, now what am I going to write? It was just the same old. And Sylvia actually suggested, why don't you write something about Niagara Falls? I thought, Niagara Falls. Well, so the story came to me quite quickly, actually. I thought, okay, something historical. I have a history degree from Brock. I'm interested in local history, and we had just finished celebrating the 2 years, the bicentennial of the War of 1812. So I put these things together, and I wrote a story about the ghost of a soldier from the War of 1812. And anyways, The setting is in Niagara Falls, 1998, and I chose that because my son-in-law was born and raised in Niagara Falls, and I wanted to be sort of authentic. So I grilled him, and I asked him all these questions. What did you do as a teenager in Niagara Falls? And he told me some things, obviously not everything, but, I know all about rumors going in there with, with a fake pass, drinking beer behind the portables, going to Arizona's, all the little things that all the Niagara Falls teenagers did. So the story itself is that a ghost approaches 3 teenagers who are on a ghost walk in Niagara Falls, and he entices them to come into his house, says it's haunted. He shows it to them, he talks about himself, and then poof, he just disappears. And next day in history class, they learn that this particular person was actually, he was a turncoat, and they say, well, he can't be. He was so nice, and he talked about honor, doing service to his country and all that. So in a history project, they try to prove that he's not a turncoat. And they do a lot of research, and they come to the conclusion that he was actually killed, and that actually the actual turncoat did it. But how do you prove that 200 years later? How do you know who the murderer was? How do you prove it? And so all along, there are obstacles thrown into their way. The history professor at Brock is very wily, and he sends them in directions of what he wants them to find out. And then there's also a very cunning counselor from Niagara Falls who hires a detective, and he's casing these teenagers, and they wonder why. We're not celebrities, and why is this happening? So anyway, so if you want to find out if he was really a turncoat, if he was killed, who killed him, why, what is with this counselor from Niagara Falls and this professor from Brock, you will have to buy my book. And it's Darkness Falls on Niagara.
I just want to know who that cunning counselor is.
Wow.
He or she, that's right. Could have
No
been.
hints.
All right, thank you for that.
No hints.
Thank you. Exciting. Sounds very riveting.
Okay, and also, as you know, I'm Sylvie Somerville. I was born and raised here in Niagara Falls. Grew up here, did a lot of things we shouldn't do. Anyway, as an adult, I ran the Chippewa Times newspaper and Seagull Publications out of Chippewa. I'm sure a few of you were familiar with that. And I served as president of the Chippewa Business Association, BIA, and president of the Willoughby Historical Society. And I used to travel to Africa. I went every year from 1977 until 1991. I would go every year for 3 months. When I had the Chippewa Times newspaper, it led to a job for the Evening Review working as correspondent. Hence, I met people, and I ended up in Africa for 3 months every year. And I traveled extensively, and while I was in Africa, I got a job with Scope Publications, which was a magazine out of Johannesburg. So I started doing freelance work for them about Canada and Africa. They commissioned 3 or 4 different books about apartheid and things like this, which were published in Africa, and I have copies, of course. Anyway, during my travels, this led me to write, whoops, wrong way, Dark Sun, Dry Rain. That's going to be the cover. A friend of mine who's a photographer in South Africa did the photo for it. Now, this is kind of interesting because in this book you will find out things, you probably won't believe a lot of it, but it's all factual. I had up close and personal encounters with a lioness, I mean up close. I used to do walking safaris every year when I went there. We'd go out like for 2-3 weeks walking with nothing, just rangers with guns, of course, tranquilizer guns, as well as the real thing, just in case. And with the lioness, which is the first story in this book, this is a collection of different stories. And with the lioness, it made me think of it a few years ago when they shot that lion in Africa, and that brought the story all back to me. But before I get into that part, I want to say that this book was supposed to come out in 2016. It was almost completed. But my husband was very ill. He took ill, and anyway, he passed away in April of last year. So consequently, I couldn't get the book finished. I was his caregiver, and more than that, I just couldn't write. And then after he passed, thank goodness for Heidi, after he passed away, I also write and illustrate children's books. And while I'd be writing or drawing the pictures for my children's books, Ray would be there and he'd be saying things like, oh, you gotta have that dinosaur this color and crazy colors and things like this. So I've written all my life. My first publication was 7 years old in the Evening Review, a little poem. And suddenly I couldn't write. I just couldn't get back to writing. I'd sit down there, I'd try to draw the pictures, and of course, memories of Ray sitting there stopped me from writing, and this book I thought would never get finished. I thought, I can't do it. But anyway, due to friends like Heidi and other friends that I have here, and should I say it, including Mayor Diodati and Wayne Thompson, due to a lot of friends, I was able to finish this book at last. And that's a book I'm going to be launching now. Like I said, there's Lioness story in there. There's also a story, again, you won't believe it. Have you ever seen drunken elephants? Not likely. I've seen drunken elephants and I have photos of them. The reason they get drunk, the elephant's favorite fruit is the marilla fruit. Growing on a tree, the Zulu make their own homemade beer in these great big outdoor vats. The main ingredient in the beer is the marilla fruit. So if the elephants smell it, which on this one occasion that I happened to see they had, the herd of elephant had come into the village, and of course they're upsetting the vats, drinking up the beer, and logs are flying everywhere and fire. The entire village was burned to the ground. They're just mud huts and everything was set afire, and poor natives are running for the river and elephants are running around, and the elephants actually stand. You'd see them spread their legs to balance, and they're still supping up this beer. And the picture we got was, we were standing on a high anthill watching all this from a safe distance. I'd say maybe the distance from Mayor Diodati to where I am. We're standing there watching it. This one elephant came towards us, and he was obviously very intoxicated. In his eyes, he's just waving, and he leaned against a tree. And I won't tell you what he did. You'll have to read the book to find out. And you'll have to read the book to find out about the lions. And anyway, our book launch is going to be on Saturday, June the 17th, from 10 a.m. until 3 p.m. We'd like to hold it at the Gale Center in the Sam Long Room. And we're here tonight to ask if council would be so kind as to waive the fees for that room. So that's what it's for, to do these two dedications.
And the date of that is?
Saturday, June the 17th.
Okay, Saturday, June. Okay, so we've got go ahead, Counselor.
Yeah, I'm delighted to see that they're both here and particularly have a close relationship with Sylvia over the many, many years. And I've talked to her about her book, met with her, and I'd be delighted to waive the fees and have them there at our Gale Center. Yeah.
So we've got,
I'll second that.
okay, so we've got a motion by Counselor Thompson, seconded by Counselor Pietrangelo, that we host the event, no charge. And Counselor Pietrangelo, you had a question. Go ahead, you wanted to ask it.
Yeah, is the drunken elephant the city councilor?
Okay, the answer to that question is you're going to have to buy both.
You know,
Because you may buy one, but it might not be the answer. You might need to buy hers too.
well, if you got your books together, the story could be about the lion eating the cunning drunken counselor, maybe, possibly. You never know. So we've got
That's the next book.
What we'll do a sequel, because I'm off on another African safari this August, so.
And
I'll
I will
have to write a
say,
sequel.
I've sat with her before, and she's told me the story of the lioness, and Sylvia's story is quite intriguing. You definitely want to hear it. It's unbelievable to meet someone who's had absolutely up close and personal, and could have been eaten, And obviously, she's still here right now. You want to hear this story. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, we
And
won't tell.
we won't tell. And also, the ghost story, I will tell you, that's equally intriguing, especially because it relates here to Niagara Falls, and we have a lot of history with the War of 1812. So some great books. We'll help promote it through our, maybe you want to add on too, we could help promote it through our city's
Website?
yeah, our website. So why don't we do that too? Are you good with that, Counselor? So I'll promote it through our website and get it through our social media as well. Promote your book launch.
Thank you very
We
much.
thank you very much for that. We appreciate all the help we can get, and we're hoping.
Well, let me call the vote first. All those in favor? It's unanimous. All right, close call.
Great.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I might add too that when I said that I grew up here in Niagara Falls and did a lot of things that we shouldn't do, Wayne Thompson was there too. We're not gonna tell those.
That doesn't surprise me one bit.
Yeah, we won't go there.
That'll be the next book,
That's it.
the expose.
I kind of think I'll leave that. No, I don't think I'll do that one. I think-
Give it some
I
thought.
think those things are best left unsaid.
Good, yeah.
Okay, well, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much.
And
Thank
thanks
you.
for all your help. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much, ladies. Good luck.
Thanks.
Okay, next up, I'd like to welcome our regional chair, Alan Caslin, who's going to provide council with an update on some regional council activities. Welcome, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Councilors, good evening. How is everybody tonight?
Terrific.
Bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, I say. So this is the 10th time that I've done this presentation, and so I apologize that some of the information may be getting a little old because it is the mid-term report, which is took place in January. But still, all the information that's here is relevant, and I want to talk to you about it. I'm open for any questions that you have. I'll get through it quickly so we can get to the questions, and I'll be happy to talk about anything else that you want to hear about from Regional Council. Is there a? Do I do it from here?
You can use the mouse there.
There we go. Okay, great. Thank you. So we're just talking about the progress in 2016, and at that point we were 50% through our term, but in fact we were 60% through our strategic plan initiatives. We're really taking a proactive and collaborative approach, as you probably know, working with all levels of government, from municipality all the way up to provincial and federal. And we're finding we're getting a lot more traction that way, and it's really working well for us. We call it Team Niagara, and it's several initiatives that we've put forward so far, including 10 gateway economic zone applications, creating 500 jobs, and 23 million in new development. And I've got more on that in just a minute, that more current information. Also the foreign trade zone point designation, and many won't know what that is. That in fact is a designation that Niagara has. It's the only one in Ontario, and it's only the 7th one in Canada. And what that is companies like General Motors and GE that would be importing product to build an engine, to build something with, as long as they're using it to add value to their product and then shipping it out within 4 years, they're exempt from duty and taxes by doing it in Niagara. Gives us a real leg up on the competition in other areas, and it's something that I'm really pleased about. We were working on the daily GO Rail service, as you know. We got our commitment in 2016 from the provincial government, and we just recently met with Greg Percy, and what we told him was that we were getting the Canada 2021 Games. He was not aware of that, so what we asked for was him to shift the schedule up. Instead of 2021 to Grimsby, 2023 to Niagara Falls, we said we'd like 2021 all the way to Niagara Falls so we could have it ready for the Games. And very receptive to that. Didn't commit to anything, but very receptive. Transportation in Niagara, you'll know that we're working hard on our infrastructure, especially our roads. We're putting $2 million extra into our roads. The GO station work, you'll see activity this year in 2017 in Niagara Falls and St. Catharines on the existing stations. And whether you see it actually in the stations itself or in the design phases, I know that it is taking place and it started already. Intermunicipal transit, I don't need to talk a lot about that tonight. I know you've got a motion later on for deliberation, but we do have the Dillon Consulting report recommending that the 3 transit systems operate as one, and then offer services to all the other municipalities in Niagara. And I think it's a great concept. If we ever want to leave ourselves a legacy during this term, that's it. It's a great one. The airport study is in, and I just want to say, for the record, I am supportive of regional airports. I know that several other communities are supportive of regional airports. It's the right thing to do. It's something that you need to have vision to think about. I know that Niagara Falls benefits from it in a large way because of the casino and other tourists that come to Niagara Falls. We need to get the rest of the communities on side if we are ever going to make that a reality. I know that it means a lot to St. Catharines, to Niagara Falls, Niagara Lake, but it probably means a lot less to Fort Erie, West Lincoln, and those outbound communities that probably wouldn't get the advantage of the airport that we do. We've been working on the Port Robinson Ferry, and I think we've got a commitment to get that continuation of service. Now, under affordability for residents, we've been working hard on trying to get our costs down and keep our tax increases low. For instance, in our operating budget, we were able to actually form a reduction in our operating budget for waste management of 1.2%, and resulting in $410,000 in savings for residents. Under property taxes, I've given a little bit of history there. The inflation rates for 2015 and 16, 1.13, 1.43. Our tax increase rates for the same years, 1.92 and 0%. Really proud of that. In 2017, 1% increase. That's an average, folks. That's an average of less than 1% tax increase over the 3 years. And that's something to be proud of. Under effective government, a couple of initiatives that we've undertaken. Value for money audits is something that we're working on. Alternative service delivery options, and also our credit rating is something I want to talk about. So under the value for money audits, we've had a few audits taken place, including the Burgoyne Bridge and also some of our combined sewer overflow. And I know you've just been talking about that earlier, so we're looking at that as well. We're looking, a value for money audit is really looking at, did we do things well? Can we do things better? Did we get value for tax dollars that we spent? And we plan on continuing those audits on a number of different initiatives to make sure that we are spending our dollars wisely and getting the most we can for our money. Alternative service delivery is a little bit different. That is something that we look at to see if we can do things differently. Can we engage either the public or other companies or corporations to help us with those initiatives and perhaps do things cheaper, better, faster, by considering a partnership arrangement with either public and public, or simply just private. So something that we're looking at on a number of different fronts. I'm really pleased to announce that we were able to reconfirm our AA stable credit rating. And that's an important statistic for us, simply because that determines our rate of interest that we're going to pay and the stability of our region as a whole. Investment in communities, I won't read through them all, but you can see there that there's a number of initiatives under our operating budget and our capital budget where we're trying to improve our paramedics, our specialized transit, our global attractiveness, intermunicipal transit, waste treatment facilities, not only in Niagara Lake, and this is where it's a little bit outdated, but now in Niagara Falls. So you probably know about that already. Capital projects, we put our money on the table first for the GO rail service to Niagara, $40 million. Road improvements, housing stock improvements, long-term care rehabilitations, and a number of other initiatives in water and infrastructure. Key projects for 2017, that's this year, the successful bid on the Canada 2021 Games. We seem to be becoming a sports mecca by accident. And I say by accident, I know there's a lot of hard work that goes in behind all of the initiatives that we've undertaken, but we seem to be getting them all. You know, it started off with the hockey that we had, the girls hockey tournament here in Niagara Falls, the Dragon Boat, the Pan Am Games, the curling, a lot of great initiatives. And now we've just got this, which is probably the biggest of the bunch, And also, we've just recently learned that we have the under-18 FIBA basketball, the America's FIBA basketball, and we're now putting a bid together for the World Rowing in 2020. So a lot of activity in sports taking place. It's really exciting. It's kind of making us a mecca for sports here in Niagara. Transportation I've talked about a little bit. You know that we're working on intermunicipal transit, the GO Transit. Housing and homelessness, working together closely with our provincial partners on our CHIPPY funding. It's a bit of an issue. We're getting a lot less funding in Niagara than our neighboring communities such as Hamilton, that is about the same population size as Niagara, but gets about 3 times the funding. So we're working together with our provincial counterparts on that, and we have a meeting coming up real soon. Trying to keep our under 35 demographic is important for us here in Niagara. And we're doing it. We're doing it well, quite frankly. And I just want to talk about a couple of facts that, if you're at the State of the Region, you probably heard them, but these are just current information that's, I said that this presentation was a little bit out of date, but here's just a couple of facts that you might want to know. The unemployment in Niagara by the provincial standard is, a provincial news release is down by 25%. Unemployment down by 25%. Housing prices in Niagara up by 26%. Planning applications in Niagara up by 16%. Building permits in Niagara up by 43%. Condo and subdivision applications up by 53.5%. Population in Niagara over the past 5 years up 16,000 people or 3.5%. 6,100 new jobs in Niagara over the past 5 years. And get this is really important. We've surpassed $1.3 billion in construction activity for the first time ever in Niagara in 2016. Now that's something to really be proud about. Great work and great job from yourselves and everybody else that's part of the leadership in Niagara. I don't have anything more to say. Mr. Mayor, if you'd like to ask any questions, I'd be happy to.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the update on all the great things that are happening at the region. Definitely are a lot of great things happening. So any questions?
Mr. Mayor, I just want to add,
Yes.
you are part of the region, and you are part of the reason why we're doing so well,
Okay.
along with your council here. And I don't say that lightly. I am, in all seriousness, we've
Mutual
got a great
Admiration Society, okay. No, thank you for that, Mr. Chair. Councillor Crater and Thompson.
Are we done with the compliments?
Not quite, I got one for you too.
Yeah.
There's one that has really caught my attention, and I want to talk to you a bit about.
Sure.
And that's affordable housing.
Yeah,
I can tell you, Chair, that even when I was a member of Parliament, the wait list was 8, 9, 10 years for people. And
right.
the number of people that came through my office looking for some place to stay, and people that were living out at the Yogi Bear Park in those little shed buildings out there. So with the fact that the housing market has just taken off and there's almost no supply out there, it's so competitive, people are paying $50,000, $60,000 more than that over the value of the homes, and the rents are starting to take right off because they can get them. How are you going to be able to deal with the fact there's going to be more people demanding the service? And the last thing I'll just share with you, here we have in Niagara Falls, we have out on Lundy's Lane a number of hotels that are looking at the idea of becoming boarding houses, which is, from their perspective, it's a financial reason they need it because they're not getting the tourists out there. But then there's a whole core of people out in the community that are saying, well, that's a possible thing we should look at because we've got to have places for these people to stay. So I'll just ask you if you can just go over again. You went pretty quickly with the slides on that, and I appreciate it. You were trying to have you got a plan how we're going to deal with it? Because homelessness is going to increase. It's not going to decrease in the whole region, and not just in the fall.
Yeah, thank you for the question. It's a great one. It's not something that we can deal with easily. It doesn't have any silver bullet to deal with it. But if you recall back in 2015, one of the things I threw out by accident, actually, but I didn't realize I was using my outside voice. I thought I was using my inside voice. But I said, let's build 1,000 units. Let's build 1,000 affordable units in Niagara. And lo and behold, it got a lot of traction. I know the media picked it up right away and started to deal with that. And so did developers. So did developers pick that up and start to take an interest in our affordable housing and how we were going to deal with it. And I can tell you right now, we've got more affordable housing on the books being built than we've ever had in the past. I don't think we've built this many houses in one term in forever. We've got developments in St. Catharines, in Welland, downtown St. Catharines, North End St. Catharines, each of them about 100 units. Maybe 1,000 units was a stretch, and maybe that's something that's not achievable, but I can tell you, it's a heck of a lot more than any other term of regional council has ever happened. So 300 units, 500 units, let's set a stretch goal of 1,000 units, and let's build as many as we can.
Yeah, better to shoot high and miss than shoot low and hit.
Absolutely.
Councillor Crater, you've done? Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Thompson.
Yeah, this should be fun. Anyway, you were talking earlier about the airport. You're relatively new to politics in this area. And we've been talking about this for probably 18 years to try to get this as a regional airport, simply because any destination, and I'm not talking about tourism, I'm talking about economic development. You've got your new GE plant, certainly the car business is not what it used to be, but people fly in, executives, and extremely important, every destination has a first-class airport, and it can't be done by 3 municipalities. And if you want to have the contact with the federal government and get their input into it, you have to have it done properly. And we've been working on this for so long, and I read your comments in the paper. Niagara Falls is just posturing. I found that very offensive.
Well, you and I are on the same page.
No, we're not. You said posturing. We're not posturing. We're working to try to do something meaningful for economic development in this region. And posturing, I took the time to look it up, misleading and false. What's misleading and false about attempting to try to do something for economic development with an airport?
Absolutely nothing.
Okay.
Absolutely nothing.
Anyway.
But if I could add,
Yeah, Councillor, we'll let him.
If I can
answer.
add.
Yes, please.
Niagara Falls and St. Catharines and Niagara Lake are all on the same page. Let's regionalize the airport, and so am I. And I know Councillor Morocco is as well, and we've been working on it. We've spent a lot of money on trying to get that mobilized and to the forefront. We thought that with the border security opportunity at the, I call it the North Airport versus the South, at the North Airport, that we would get some traction on the North Airport alone. Lo and behold, the South Airport starts to raise its head, and now we have to consider 2 airports. Well, quite frankly, we don't need 2 airports in Niagara. We need 1. We need 1 commercial airport for economic development, and that's what we're trying to do. To do that, we need 12 municipalities on the same page, not 3.
Anyway, you're right. This has to be everybody in, and everybody does benefit. They all have jobs in different areas. It creates jobs. When I was on the Regional Tourist Council, we produced this report. I don't know whether you've seen this airport report.
Probably have. I can't see it from there, but I probably have.
Yeah. Anyway, all of the information in here, the benefits of having a proper airport. So anyway, I just wanted to make that point.
Let me just finish by, if I offended you in any way, wasn't meant to be. Ideally, you and I are on the same page trying to get the airport regionalized.
Okay.
Thank you for that, Chair.
Pardon me?
No, I said thank you for that.
Yeah, well, it benefits all of us. You're on the police commission.
I am.
Okay, 1995, we got casinos here.
Right.
And I had to sign an agreement saying you have to do the same as Windsor. So we had to have a casino patrol unit. They had 6, we started with 6. It was all done by the OLG. We had no problem with it. In the casino, they have the OPP. They have their own security people. And we have 26 miles or kilometers set aside for this casino unit, who now is not in their own quarters. They're all into the office here in Niagara Falls. And we have 33 officers that have just been added to that. They're doing domestic disputes, they're doing traffic, they're doing, what are they doing with respect to the casino? We don't have any murders, we don't have any major issues, and yet there are 33 people, and it was covered by the OLG. We didn't care. That's fine. More police, the better. We have nothing against police. But they changed, now the city pays $4.2 million. In fact, they wanted 4.8, is that right? $million for the casino unit from the city of Niagara Falls. I think if you check with other, Windsor and other ones, they found that a casino unit is not necessary. And why would we be double dipping with Niagara Falls with respect to this issue? It just blows me away. Anyway, we have a report coming in. When is that expected? In May. And hopefully we can come to some reasonable conclusions with respect to what they do, how necessary is it, and what should be the cost to the city of Niagara Falls.
Thank you. So you touched on a number of things there, and I'd like to expand just a little bit. First of all, I want to thank you for what you did in 1995, 1996 with the casino in
You
getting...
don't have to give me any compliments.
And getting a great contract, a great arrangement for 20 years where jobs were protected. Today, we're faced with another situation where we're going out for a modernization plan where those jobs are not protected. So great work on that. Secondly, when it comes to policing on the casino area, I want to make sure that we get no more services than necessary, no less services than are required to keep it secure. So I want to take that back to the board and make sure that we get the right number for you.
Thank you. That's extremely important to us here. Another thing, I get the impression you're interested in job creation.
Absolutely.
And that was always my passion. A little while ago, a few months ago, I brought up, the city of Niagara Falls has 2.8% industrial assessment. Pretty sad. All of our industry has left. Thank God we have the falls, the park system, and we have tourism to rely on, which affects the entire region. People are coming, that's why the transit system is so important. Some of our hotels, we're sending buses up to Port Colborne and Welland every morning in the summer to bring down 30 students just to fill in the jobs. Extremely, extremely important. Anyway, I made a suggestion because we're not getting a lot of industry in. Thank God we got GE in Welland. But I suggested we don't have any development charges on industry, and we're not getting any industry. And I looked at and got the information from our staff. We have, through this council, 27 high-rise hotels that have been approved and ready to go. And some of them are in some great locations right overlooking the falls. And I said, why don't we have a moratorium for 5 years on development charges? Because they all told me the same thing. We're not going to pay $3 or $4 million for development charge on top of our building permit fees. So here's an opportunity, and I talked to your economic development officer, Dave Oakes, and he was particularly excited about it. I gave him the list, and I've heard absolutely nothing. I think if you want to create 5,000 to 10,000 jobs, I bet you could have without development charges in the next 5 years, you'll have 5 high-rise hotels built and all those jobs that go along with them. I thought it was a wonderful opportunity for job creation. Plus, you're missing out on the development charges, but then you got the taxes on the hotel.
Right.
You got the jobs, and we're in a prime time right now to make this happen and to expand. The tourists are coming, everybody's doing well, lots of jobs. And I have to say this all the time, because everybody, oh, you talk about tourism, minimum wage jobs. Every time you build a hotel, you have a manager making 150, you have marketing people, you have electricians and plumbers, and everybody gets an opportunity to expand in all the fields. So particularly important. So I'd like you to take some consideration about that, and I think that we could work together and really do some job creation.
So really interesting concept that you put forward there, and it's something that I hadn't considered in the past, and I think it's a great idea. Development charges, as you know, are meant to offset the cost of the infrastructure on the ground and on the streets. So let's look at it with the lens of what is that infrastructure cost really, instead of just the cookie cutter development charge. What's the real cost of that infrastructure, and is that substantially less than what they would have paid, and is that a benefit that we might be able to afford through economic development?
Yeah. A lot of these places where they're set aside already have the services there. It just has to be extended, and you're talking about 200-foot frontage, development charges, a few $1 million. It's just scaring everybody away.
Right,
So,
right.
Anyway, I hope you'll take that back and give that some thought, and maybe we can create some jobs.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for that.
Yeah, thank you for that. Councilor Peter Angelo.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship.
Campbell.
And just on that point, I'd like to thank Chair Caslin as well for coming down tonight. And I wanted to, I guess, expand on what Councilor Thompson was talking about. I know that we've talked about it before, and eliminating development charges. But if the region was very worried about development charges, I guess the only thing that I would say is you're not collecting any right now from those 27 hotels. So you could literally draft a bylaw where the first 5 years of taxes would rebate what the development charges would have been on that property, so that the region could, in essence, collect its development charges.
Absolutely.
So there is a way around it, and there is a way that it can be done, and hopefully we'll come up with a solution.
Thank you very much for that.
Thank you. Councilor Campbell. And then Strange.
Thank you, Your Worship. This wasn't mentioned in key projects for 2017. I think it's something that you might want to consider as a region in your 2018 projects. With today's technology, I find it very, very difficult that when there's a 911 call, the police, the fire department, and emergency services, ambulances, all show up. With today's coordination, as a matter of fact, it's my understanding here in Niagara Falls that almost 50% of the response for the fire department has nothing to do with fires. I think that the region could take direction on this in terms of creating that information hub to be able to communicate to these different organizations exactly what's required when a 911 call comes into play, and we would all save money in the big picture.
Great question, Councillor Campbell, and I can tell you that your regional councillor, Councillor Gale, has brought that forward on a number of occasions on how do we amalgamate the 911 system into one location so that we can better discern and better service whatever the need is, instead of having 2 or 3 locations for 911. So it is being considered, and it's something that's right in the center of our radar.
Thank you.
That's great. Thank you for that, Councilor. Councilor Strange.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Chair Caslin, thank you for coming down and doing the report.
Thank you.
I just want to talk about as you're talking about the sports mecca, because it's been really great the last few years. Watching the World Junior Hockey Championships, the curling, we're getting the basketball now, and now the Canada Summer Games. And congratulations to not only the region, but all the municipalities. It's going to be amazing. 2021 is going to be unbelievable. I know the whole committee including Doug Hamilton, Matt Hill. But every municipality has been pitching in to help with the region as well. So it's really going to help. I don't know if people realize the city of Niagara Falls, we have 3 sports here. We're having volleyball at the Scotiabank Center, golf at Legends, and we're having baseball at Oaks Park. So it's going to be awesome. We don't have to do many improvements, only to Oaks Park, so pretty amazing. And I love the stress that you're putting on to hopefully the provincial government for the 2023 for our GO train to get it here for those games, for the 2021 games would be amazing, and it'd help our municipality out huge. So thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor Strange, and I know you've been a big contributor to the Games initiative on trying to get the bid here, and I can tell you that day was fabulous. We had the bid evaluation committee here. They were at the Scotiabank in the morning. I know you were on stage, and then we were at the Meridian Center to send them off, and it was absolutely amazing what a community can do when we all pull together for the same goal. So thank you for your effort.
Yeah, thank you for that. And it's funny you mentioned that. I was in Ottawa on Friday, and Mayor Watson of Ottawa gave me a little shot. He said, yeah, I heard you guys got the games over us. So he said, well, you got everything else, Canada 150. You got all the 150. You know, we took the games.
Yeah.
So it was a good feeling. Councillor Morocco.
Chair Caslin, thank you very much for being here, and thank you very much for supporting the airport. I greatly appreciate it. It's been a lot of work, and they've got a great group that are working hard on trying to make it even better and self-sustaining as well. Just a couple of things. I know that you also talked about paramedics, and as we hear the talk around the country about opium and fentanyl, is there a plan? I've heard a little bit of the rumors in the downtown area. We're actually dealing with a little increase in the drugs, and I just want to know, has there been any kind of extra training for our paramedics, and is there additional paramedics to deal with this if and when it becomes an issue here in Niagara, and we hope that it doesn't, but if so, I'm just wondering, are we prepared for that?
It is an issue in Niagara. It will be a worse issue in Niagara if we don't get in front of it.
Right.
So last Monday, we had all parties meeting at Regional Council where we had everybody from paramedics to pharmacists to doctors to dentists, all the participants that would touch opioids of any kind. Representatives from those groups all gathered together in one room for a morning to talk about what's happening and what we need to do. It was incredible from the EMS standpoint on how they're reacting and how they're putting the right counteracting drugs on all the vehicles already. So to your point, yes, they are being trained, and they are getting prepared for what's coming at us, because we've seen it in Vancouver and we've seen it in Toronto.
Yeah, I just want to look at the preventative side of it and be prepared.
Yep.
Another thing too is that has there ever been a conversation? I'm sure this probably isn't going to go over well, but let's put the elephant out there. The region taking over fire services, that there actually be all the fire service when we talk about, one call for 911 and then just having one fire truck or ambulance or whatever service go out there. Would it not be something that we've ever looked at, or is that just, whoop, don't go there? But I want to make sure that we talk about that, because if we have 12 chiefs, fire chiefs, and no disrespect, I'm sure he's going to be shooting guns at me soon, but, one fire chief to oversee all the municipalities, and one dispatch that would actually dispatch. We would still keep all our stations and all our firemen, but there would actually just be that core service from there. So is that something that has ever been looked at? It was asked of me, and I'm asking that question, so.
Well, I just know in the past I have this discussion with Chief Smith before. I haven't had one with Chief Boudelier since he's taken over. I don't know, Chief, did you have any feedback on that, or?
I don't want to put him on the spot.
Well,
Maybe let's go to the region. Let's pass it to the region.
Let me take a shot at it.
Sure.
Because I can see Ray Spiteri's pen starting to move faster now. It's not something that we're currently looking at. However, we are looking at all services that make sense to amalgamate, like the bus service, like everything else that we're trying to pull together in that regard. If it makes sense to pull it together, if there's savings, if there's efficiencies that we can gain for taxpayer, because let's face it, we're all working for one taxpayer. If that works, then absolutely, let's have a look at it.
Well, that's it, and I'd appreciate that. So would that be a report that would maybe be looked at and to come back to share with us if it's a possibility?
Well, we could, we could. What would you suggest on that one, CAO? Is that something we start municipally, or do we? What's that?
Mr. Mayor, it would make it really easy for me if you were to send me a request to look at it in an official capacity.
Okay, then I put a motion forward that maybe we could look at that at this point, or maybe under new business. I don't know
So
when.
what we could ask for a report, right, from our staff, the idea of it, regionalizing the fire, the idea of it. Yep, Councillor Thompson.
Just as an example, I was in Niagara Falls, New York, on the weekend, and there was a medical emergency, and there was an ambulance and one fire truck. Over here, there's at least 3.
Okay,
Should be looked at.
so that's a second?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, do we have any discussion to the motion? So we have a motion to ask staff to come back with a report on the idea of if fire were to be regionalized. Just a report, no decisions. So we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? Okay. 2 opposed? Okay. 2 opposed. Okay, are there any other questions for Chair Caslin? We're getting our money's worth out of this guy tonight. Supposed to be a 10-minute presentation. Any other questions? Okay, how about a motion to receive his presentation tonight? Moved by Councillor Campbell, seconded by Councillor Carrio. All those in favor? Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate you being here tonight and sharing all this great news with us.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you tonight. I hope to be back sooner than 2 years. And I just wanted to let you know that I'm really pleased with Mayor Diodati being on Regional Council. He's a great contributor and part of a very strong team.
No, you're a better chair. You're a better chair.
He's not going to stay for your
No. Thanks very much, Chair. You all set then? Okay. All right, I now ask our city clerk to introduce the next item on the agenda.
A public meeting is now being convened to consider a proposed amendment to the city's zoning bylaw and plan of vacant land condominium at 5065 Portage Road and the abutting southerly vacant parcel. Notice was given by first-class mail in accordance with the Planning Act on Friday, March 24th, 2017, and by posting a sign on the property in question. Anyone who wants notice of the passage of the zoning bylaw amendment and approval of the vacant land condominium to participate in any site plan process, if applicable, or preserve their opportunity to appeal to the Ontario Municipal Board shall leave their name on the sign-in sheets outside the council chamber.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I now ask Mr. Hurlovich, our Director of Planning, to explain the purpose of the application and the reason for the proposed bylaw amendment.
Thank you, Worship. Yes, this property involves about half an acre of land, 0.6 of an acre of land south of Scott Street, north of Valley Way on the west side of Portage Road. It's largely surrounded by single detached dwellings. The application is, as the city clerk has pointed out, for a plan of condominium and a rezoning. The proposal is to rezone the property from R1C to an R2 zone. The R2 would permit semi-detached dwellings, and the proposal is to have 2 semi-detached buildings for a total of 4 units. They're looking for some site-specific zone provisions, so there would be an increase in the minimum lot frontage to 29 meters. There would be an increase in the lot area to 2,400 square meters, and there's an increase in the front yard depth from 6 meters to 8 meters. In addition, the northerly interior side yard would be increased to 6 meters. That would be part of the amenity area for the 2 units in Block 8. There's a minimum rear yard depth of 5.8 meters. This is actually a reduction, but necessary because the second block of buildings cannot be moved more forward to give a greater rear yard because of a sewer easement that runs through the property. And then the last thing is to recognize the zoning for a maximum of 2 semi-detached dwellings, a total of 4 units. As you can see from the site plan, there's 1 driveway that comes in off Portage Road, and that would provide access to those 4 townhouse or semi-detached units, and they would function as a vacant land condominium. Each unit would own its building and land surrounding it, and they would share in common certain portion of the green space, and they would share the driveway and the maintenance of those facilities. The proposal is by Garwood Homes, so they have applied for the vacant land condominium and the rezoning. The lands are currently zoned R1C, and they're looking for an R2 zoning on the property. We did hold a neighborhood meeting in December of last year. There were 4 neighbors who attended that meeting. They were concerned about potential traffic. They were concerned about closed board fence. They were concerned about the removal of mature trees, and they were concerned about possible shadowing by virtue of the buildings that are proposed. The 4 additional units would not really have any adverse effect on the traffic conditions. As we said, it's one driveway coming in and out of that property. The developer agreed to install a closed board fence, and on the south side, you would make sure that that didn't go beyond let's flip back a couple slides, so it wouldn't go beyond the front wall of block B, so it wouldn't run the entire length of the south side of the property, so that wouldn't basically enclose the property to the south, and that was something they were looking for. And then as well, we do have a tree bylaw. It's for woodlots and not necessarily individual trees. And as I understand it, some of these trees were in diseased condition and had to be taken down. The official plan designates the lands as residential. The lands are on a collector road and therefore are suitable for additional housing units. The proposal is for 7 detached dwellings, as I stated, and the density, height, massing, and setbacks are all compatible with the adjacent zoning. And the applicant is consolidating 2 lots into one comprehensive development. The changes, as I've outlined in the zoning bylaw, the changes are on the right-hand column under proposed regulations. So rather than having what would typically be 1,200 square meters for 4 semi-detached units, this property has 2,400 square meters. So almost double the square foot meters. They have an increase in lot frontage from 18 meters to 29 meters. Front yard depth, I mentioned, from 6 meters to 8. Rear yard depth, that is a reduction, but I explained that's because of the sewer easement that runs through the property. And then the northerly side yard is an increase from 1.2 meters to 6 meters. And they're looking for a maximum of 2 dwellings. The bylaw permits 1 dwelling per lot, so we need to make an exception for that. And so much as I've outlined, these standards exceed most of the zoning requirements. They are as a generous front yard depth, and that's done purposely to blend in with the adjacent residential character of Portage Road. The reduction in block B, I've mentioned, is because of a storm sewer easement that runs through there, and the proposal complies with all the other regulations. The plan of condominium would provide for the 4 lots or 4 units to be sold separately, and they would hold in common the driveway and certain of the green space. Because of the configuration of the property, it wouldn't allow regional garbage pickup, so they will have to supply a private collector to pick up waste from the development. The land is to be developed as a vacant land condominium, and because of that, doesn't come under the site plan control requirements. Therefore, we have found that the plan is in compliance with the official plan. It is a comprehensive form of development, would help meet our intensification goals. The requested zoning is compatible with the neighborhood. There'll be access via 1 driveway. The infrastructure is available to support this and provide some housing choices over the short term, and the regional and city and other agency comments can be addressed through the condominium plan. Therefore, we are recommending the plan of condominium be approved, subject to the conditions in the report, that the mayor or his designate be allowed to, or authorized to sign the draft plan, and that the draft plan be given for a period of 3 years, that the mayor and clerk be authorized to execute the condominium agreement, and those are the highlights of this application.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hurlovich. Any questions of Mr. Hurlovich of council? Okay, seeing none, members of the public are advised that failure to make an oral or written submission at this public meeting will result in the Ontario Municipal Board dismissing any referral that it receives. Failure to sign the sign-in sheet will result in staff rejecting an appeal as per section 3419 or 5139 of the Planning Act. Council will now hear from anyone other than the applicant who wishes to speak to this proposed application. Is there anyone here other than the applicant who wishes to address council on this application? I'm not sure, I see a few heads leaning. Yep, by all means, come forward. If you can come to the mic, please. If you can just state your name and your address, please, and thank you.
My name is George Fiber. I live directly across at 5062 Portage Road. I have a couple of concerns. This being called a vacant land, it was never a vacant land. It was a nice house with tennis courts in the back, with beautiful trees, healthy trees, mind you, that were taken down as old as Canada, 150-year-old trees, without any notice to or concern to the neighbors. It changed all sight lines and created a wind tunnel right through to my house, right off of Shirley Avenue. I wrote down a couple of notes here. What it looks like now is because of what happened under the current developer. Like he demolished it, and the place looks like a vacant property right now, but it's all because of what he's done since he's owned it. Any new construction on this property should conform to the houses in the area, but by that I mean it should face the street, not sideways. It should face the street. And and they should have the proper setbacks for the neighbors. He's applying for a variance on the back to the houses on Shirley. He doesn't have enough room there. And I don't know if this makes sense or not, but that block A, if you want to bring up block A, it faces to the south. So to me, the backyard is to the north. So that should be subject to rear backyard setback, not side yard setback. So he should have to need a variance for that too. Okay. Any new construction should comply with the existing zoning bylaws and rules of the setback. Shoehorning this development into this property is wrong. A good solution would be to build 2 single-family homes as per the existing zoning, or downsize this plan so that it fits. I mean, to build these places here that you have to shoehorn them in there just because of the sewer in there that he has, that doesn't make any sense to me. Make the buildings a little bit smaller. We have numerous other concerns as neighbors. I don't know if you want to hear them, but...
Well, do you have any specific questions that we can ask of our planning directors? Any specific questions, whether it's setbacks or any kind of questions specific that we can get you direct answers?
What is the variance, the setback, rear yard setback that should be on block A?
Mr. Hurlovich?
Well, a typical setback in a R1 or an R2 zone would be 7.5 meters.
And that's 6, right?
And they're requesting 6 because of the way in which the bylaw is structured. The bylaw would only require 1.2 meters, so it is an increase. We typically try to get 7.5 meters on most of our developments, but we often are asked for 6 meters in certain locations. But as you can see, there's a large lot area for each of those units. As I pointed out, they're more than double the lot area that is required, so the amenity area isn't confined just to the north yard on block A. It's in fact all of that green area that you see for block A. So it's a significant lot area as well. You can see on the right side of block A, there's some, the building actually steps forward and back, so that the developer has integrated some architectural design so that as it faces Portage Road, it actually presents a pleasant front. It's not just a blank wall facing to Portage Road, so just, but 7.5 is the short answer, they're asking for 6.
Okay, thank you for that. Yes, sir?
If it was such a pleasant front, then why wasn't it shown in the giant billboard that was put up on the street? They showed just a picture of Block B on the street sign. If you would have shown both, Block A and Block B, you would have shown how congested it would be. But that's up to you guys. Another issue that I have is the neighbor behind Block A. That's why I'm looking for the setback. She spends a lot of time in her yard there. She's gonna be in shade all day long. And at the rear of that is a retaining wall that, when we were at the meeting, the developer said that it was her responsibility to take it off. That retaining wall has serviced her for years. So that should be, any cost to remove that retaining wall should be incurred by the developer, not by her.
We can ask that question of the developer when they come up. Retaining wall, okay. Do you have any other specific questions we can ask of our planner?
A couple more points.
Oh, yeah, go. Yeah.
The neighbor, 5091, to this side of, on the south side, where before she had just one house, the side of a house, now she has 4 houses looking right, she loses all privacy. Instead of having a side of somebody's house, you have 4 people looking at the side of you.
Do we know, Mr. Hurlovich, is there gonna be any kind of barriers there, cedars or fencing or anything like that?
I'll let the developer speak to that, but I believe that she asked that there not be a fence all the way out to the street. That was my understanding.
Okay, she being the neighbor?
Yes.
Okay,
The developer has done nothing for, in the rear, there's a building in the back where there was the tennis courts, and there's stray cats and raccoons, and there's constantly fighting and crying. Not to mention the hawks that he removed from when he took the trees out, but he should have to properly dispose of, the Humane Society should have to, or whatever, I don't know what you do to take care of that, but they're just gonna be thrown wild once he starts knocking the buildings down. And that's not right.
okay. Is that for the raccoons, you're saying? Or for
Mostly it's cats.
cats, okay.
There's lots of cats fighting all the time on the property in the back. The new roadway, you're saying that it's not gonna cause traffic congestion, but where the new roadway comes out at the top, there's 4 driveways in that 50-foot space. And now you're gonna add, instead of 1 more house there, you're gonna add 4 more people coming into that little area. I asked at the meeting that a driveway be put on the other side of Block A, and that would give her the proper setback so that she could get sunshine. And they said, no, it wasn't allowed, they couldn't do it because of the sewer thing. Sunshine is another case because of Block B. If you let them back it onto the building there, the homes on Shirley will be blocked all till noon. They won't see any sunshine.
Okay.
I mean,
Okay, so the same. And you mentioned the driveways, Mr. Hurlovich, we couldn't do the driveways on the right side because of the sewer? Is that what that, or is that something?
Speaker said, I'll leave that to the developer.
Okay, so that's not something that we mandated?
No. Our transportation people were happy with the fact that cars, you can see there's a driveway in front of each of the units. Let's get the pointer out. So this is a unit, this is a unit, this is a unit, so there's a driveway here. So in fact, a car would be able to come in, there's a place to park in front of the garage, pull into the garage, the cars back out. They actually are coming, facing out onto Portage Road, as opposed to a house that might have a driveway coming straight in and the cars back out onto the street. It was seen as a safer situation than what might actually happen.
Okay, thank you. Yes?
They said you mentioned about the garbage pickup. There's no bulb or T or L in there to turn around for the garbage truck. So he's gonna back up right across the street into my driveway and then pull out on the Portage Road. He's not gonna be able to drive out. So they should be required to have a turnabout on their own property, not my driveway.
I don't know how that works. Would you know the answer to that, Mr. Holman or Mr. Hurlovich, or? What's that?
The private contractor will pick it up. They'll size the truck according to what they can bring into the property.
Okay, so it shouldn't infringe in your driveway?
He won't be able to turn around in that driveway.
I don't know. Do we have any
I mean, we'll ask the developer when they come up to present, we'll find out specifically how they're gonna do this, because, shouldn't be with the design that they have to come in your driveway.
I guess I'll leave it at that, but thank you very much.
Oh, no, appreciate that, and we'll, and if you wanna hang on 1 second, I think Councilor Crater might have some questions for this fellow. And, when we get the developer up, we'll get some more answers as well.
thank
Yes,
you.
Councilor Crater?
I hope you don't mind, just had a couple short questions.
Is your mic on, Councilor Crater? Because earlier the IT were saying they couldn't hear you.
It is now. So
Okay,
thanks.
okay.
How long have you lived there?
27 years.
So I went out to take a look at it. What was there before all this? I saw everything cut down. What was there before?
It was a nice house with
It was
tennis
one
court.
house?
One house with tennis courts in the back, and then there was like a games room, sauna, ping pong table, in a garden in the back.
So that's what was there?
Yes.
And now we're
And
talking.
trees too. It was all tree lined. There was like a dozen 150-year-old trees that were taken with, like I said, the hawks sat on top of the house crying for a month. When they took the trees down. It was crazy.
Okay, thank you.
You're
Thanks.
welcome.
Okay. Any other questions, Council? Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks.
Okay. Is there anyone else other than the developer who wants to address council? Yes, Councilor Campbell?
Your worship, maybe at some point, someone can explain how somebody can go in there and wipe out these trees? Permits required, or, not quite sure. Councilor Curio has the same concerns.
Maybe, I don't know, can we get an answer? Who would know that answer, Mr. Hurlovich?
We have a tree cutting bylaws for forests and woodlots. We don't have a bylaw for individual trees. So it's the same as if I cut the trees down on my property. I planted the trees, I no longer wish to maintain the trees, I cut the trees. They're individual trees.
So private property?
Well, if it's a forest, then they would have to go to the Conservation Authority. It's not a forest. There were a number of trees on a couple of residential properties.
So currently, there is a
We
typical?
have no bylaw
There's
in
no
the city
bylaw?
for individual trees.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for that. Yes, if you could introduce your name and your address, please.
My name's Brooke Ianzelli. I am a brand-new homeowner. I just purchased a home, which would be, I believe, but I have a question, Block B. It just came up for sale. I purchased it in January of 2017. I thought originally that the condominiums weren't a bad idea, that maybe it would add some more value. We talked about keeping people our age under 35 in this area. I was able to afford a home. This was great. So I thought, what an opportunity to increase the value of my home. But as I'm looking at this, I have some major concerns now because it looks like you might be changing the grading in the backyard of my home. So Block B, if we look at it, if you change the picture, is that Shirley Avenue that I am looking at, that would be backing onto? The houses on there, yes or no?
That's why I had it on the other slide. I have no idea where you live.
Okay, so Portage, you see Portage.
Yeah.
So behind Shirley Avenue, which you should know, right, because you're a developer?
No, I'm not. I'm the city planner.
Yeah, he's a
City planner,
If you
okay.
have a question, address it to the mayor and I'll answer it.
Okay, so I'm concerned about the grading now, because if you're gonna build, right, you're building taller probably than my house, possibly. The grading in my backyard would shift, right? So I could be getting flooding because they're brand new homes. So I'm concerned about that. I'm concerned about the fencing that could happen.
Which one do you live in here?
I would be right behind, so Block B, which is, so the corner closest to
Here,
you.
where that is?
One more over, or two more over, I guess it would
Up,
be.
down, which way?
Down.
Like there?
So in there, yeah.
Okay.
So that would be my house. So right now it's clear, like I can see onto the farmhouse, there's nothing that's blocking my view. I get lots of sunlight, which is great. So I am concerned about the fact that that could change what sun I'm getting in. I'm concerned about, of course, like I said, flooding backyard. And then the traffic too. So yeah, I know we said that, we're reducing traffic because we have a one-way entrance. But as we already stated, the fact that you've got now 4 dwellings, let's just say you have families in there, let's say they're average of 4, everyone has 2 cars, we can do the math, right? And that's, Portage, as we know, is a very high-packed area for driving. The fire station isn't far away from that too, and I hear the sirens, Hospital's not far away from that either. So Portage is an extremely busy street, and I think we need to keep that in mind. If you're adding, let's say, 10 more cars, 8 more cars, that's a lot for that road.
Do you have any specific questions for our staff that we can help?
Yeah,
with?
so I'm just concerned about, in terms of the grading part, how are you going to make sure that Block B will not be affected? So as you're building, you're going to start mounting up dirt, right? Or taking away. I just want to make sure that the people that are behind are not going to get flooded out. How do you prepare for that?
So Mr. Hurlovich, do we have any, or Mr. Holman, do we have any grading comments that we can help?
Well, Mr. Mayor, if the application is approved, you'll see that our comments, Municipal Works comments on page 3 will require a lot grading site servicing plan, a stormwater management report to make sure that pre-development, post-development flows that they match. And so as part of that will be lot grading, to make sure that the grade doesn't change along the property line. And so issues like retaining walls and that type of thing will all be dealt with as part of that stormwater plan.
So then my next question is, in the event you do everything, it's all pre-planned, it should go accordingly, and I get flooded, what's my next steps now? Because now it's still impacting. Let's just say, I'm just saying, in the event that everything's prepared, but you still go forward and something happens where my grading still changes and flooding. As a homeowner, what can I do now? Because there's nothing, right?
I mean, go ahead, Mr. Holman, you better have to crack it.
Do you get flooded now?
No, but there's nothing back there. There's no housing, right?
Okay, so when the development is finished, the existing condition will exist.
Okay.
So, but if you if you had flooding in the past, and they match the pre and post flows, then that condition will still exist. So I'm not familiar with the exact property, but I'd be happy to share the consultant's report with you to give you the assurance that that the engineering is sound.
Okay, that's important. Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilor Crater? Oh, we got a question
Yep,
for you.
that's okay.
You look out your back,
Mhm.
you have clear sight line, you can see. So when this is built, what happens to your sight line?
I'm gonna look into condominiums. Pretty much. So I have.
So that's that's one of your concerns.
Yeah.
The sight line is going to be affected. It's a bit like we're having with this casino development. They're probably worried about losing their sight line.
Yeah.
So you're kind of worried about losing your sight line as a resident.
Yeah.
This would affect you previously.
I thought originally the way it was gonna work, and I think this was already mentioned, the billboard really does look like it says it's going straight across. So when I thought, okay, so they're going to develop literally straight across on Portage, and maybe you do 4 dwellings, like 1, 2, 3, 4, that's not as bad, I expected. But now, you've got a driveway coming right through, and it does change the sightline. So people who that back onto Block B, if you're going 1, 2, 3, 4 in a straight line, it's like a normal subdivision. That's typically a normal residential area. That's kind of how you look on. Now you've got this awkward sightline going on for many backyards, and it just, I don't think it's very appealing, even though you're building $500,000 condominiums. It's not a pleasant way to kind of look onto my backyard if I want to enjoy it and have people over and say, oh, I can see my neighbor. You know, no one wants to be able to do that. I don't think there's enough privacy. My window, when I look out my window, I can physically see that farmhouse. So now I'm physically looking into someone else's yard and their window, which is kind of the way we're going with things in terms of our building. But I'd like a little space in between my house and there, and there's not enough space. I would say if you go, like I said, building directly across, that's not so bad. But you're really impeaching on my property.
Well said, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you
you,
very
Mayor.
much. Is there anyone else, other than the applicant, who wishes to address council? Yeah, if you want to come to the microphone and just state your name and your address, please.
Jackie Sanche, I live at 5091 Portage Road. I live right beside these 2 lots.
Right beside, so above it, there?
No, on the other side, right
down
there.
Okay.
I'm in a Century home there. I've been there for over 30 years. I'm concerned about snow removal, where it's going to end up. The other picture shows the driveway. That's my, see that little bit of grass there? My driveway is right beside that.
This here?
No,
This side?
no. Come, yeah. See the little bit of grass right
Yes.
there? That's my driveway all along there.
Okay.
Right back to, anyway, we opted without a wooden fence up there because I wanted to save the trees that are left there. There used to be 4 or 5, there's 2 left there now. I like the trees. And I'm also concerned about Block B. That's my chain link fence that you see down there, where, looking into my yard now, where that was all trees and
Thanks, Alex.
and grass and everything else. And I'm concerned also if the garbage truck is being pulling in there and pulling out for removal, there will be beeping sounds going in and out, any vehicle going in and out of there making noises. Anyway, it's a lovely street and there's a lot of lovely homes. And as I say, my home is a Century home. And
Well, I appreciate that, and when we do get the developer, we'll ask those specific questions about the snow removal and the garbage as well.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, do we have anyone else? Yes, sir, if you want to step up. You can just state your name and your address, please.
My name is Edward Chauban, and I live at 5050 Portage Road, which is to the east of Portage Road, just slightly north of Block A. My concern and question would be, and I do not have proof or anything, but I have heard rumors that there could possibly be asbestos involved. And I was curious is when that building gets demolished, are there going to be tests done to see that it is asbestos free? And if they do find asbestos, are the proper procedures going to be undertaken to contain the contaminant? My second question and concern is the infrastructure that goes down Portage Road sufficient to be able to accommodate the wastewater and water that building is going to generate and use?
Okay, why don't we get you some answers? So, Mr. Holman, I know it's in the report, but if you could just comment on that one aspect, the water, wastewater, and then whoever wants to answer the asbestos question about the building.
Based on the normal usage that would come from residential houses like this, there's adequate capacity. And we will ask as part of the engineering brief to verify that in the field.
Okay, okay, thank you for that. And Mr. Hillovich, do you know about the asbestos status?
Well, the contractor would have to abide by the MOE standards for demolition.
Okay, so there is capacity, and as far as if there's asbestos, I don't know, we'll ask the developer, but they'll have to follow the Ministry of the Environment standards if there is in fact asbestos there.
Okay, because if you drive down Portage Road, you will see divots in the road. You will see the patch marks where over the past few years there have been problems with the sewers and the water. And it's still sinking. And I don't know if there is more of a major problem that is underground that we don't know about, but there is definitely a problem there. And that was my concern.
Okay.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, sir. Do we have anyone else other than the applicant? Okay. I'll now ask the applicant or his or her representative to approach council and present, please.
Greg Sather, speaking on behalf of the applicant, the architect for the design of the facilities here.
Okay, thank you.
I have a few slides. I won't go through them, but we'll use them to answer the questions that have been raised. And I'll go in order of what I've got here, the grading issue. This is a aerial shot. Unfortunately, I don't have a, can I borrow your? oops, that's moving it. Okay,
Just one pointer.
sorry. Yeah, no, I was looking for an infrared.
Yeah, I have one here. This might be easier.
Sorry. And how do I back it up?
You got it? Oh, he's got one, okay.
Reverse?
There's a little R right there.
Oh, no, this is a PowerPoint.
I'll back that up for you.
Yeah, sorry.
So,
Apologies. One more, and one more. Okay. So we have, this is Portage Road, and we're looking from the northwest towards the property, which is basically that shape there. Shirley Avenue is over here. And right now, if you've driven along Portage Road, there's actually quite a drop in the grade from Portage Road, approximately 3 meters from curb to the back of the property line right here. And located right around that tree is a small catch basin, which we believe was put in when these houses were built, because it drains towards Shirley Avenue. It currently collects all of the water that's coming to the site. This lot is draining back, and these properties all drain this way. And it's handled by a very small area drain. What we are proposing to do is, as Mr. Holman had mentioned, was a full study for grading and servicing of and management of the stormwater on the property and adjacent properties if necessary. What we're proposing is to enlarge the catch basin, replace it with a full catchment system that would take any of the water in this area and bring it out to Portage Road, not back onto Shirley Avenue. It calls for another catch basin on the property here, and then again, all the surface water will be taken off to Portage Road. Next slide. Possible. The catchment area is right here. That is the low point of the swale that's heading this way, and the back part of all of these properties, and to a certain degree, the properties along Shirley Avenue. There's a big jump in elevation right here with regards to the retaining wall, and I'll speak to that in a moment.
Can I ask a question? Yeah. Yeah, Councillor Carey. Do you mind if I ask a question on drainage while I'm on drainage?
Certainly.
Is there a storm sewer in the street? Is it a separate storm in the street, Mr. Holman? Or is this a combined sewer?
I believe so, but I
Do you
can't.
believe it's combined, or you believe it's separate?
I believe it's separate.
And
It
then
is,
do you know-
it is separate,
And then
yes.
do you know where that catch basin you're talking about, whose is it? Is it the city, or is it a private one?
It'll be private.
It'll be
The
private,
new catch basin, yes, it'll be on our property.
and you'll put a new one into this
Yes,
existing storm sewer?
and we'll connect to the storm.
Thank you.
So again, the catch basin starts here, and there's another catch basin right there, which is taking any water that is coming down the hard surface areas here, and then it goes underground to Portage Road. So that should address any concerns with regards to flooding, which may have occurred in the past because the existing catch basin there is undersized for the area. The garbage. We're actually proposing curb pickup. Part of the conditions of the condominium was that if we would provide a pad for garbage bags to go on, we would, and take them out to the street, they would be picked up by city garbage trucks.
Where would that happen?
It would be right there.
Okay, so they wouldn't come into your driveway?
There would be no garbage trucks coming into the property. The agreement states is if we don't do that, then we have to arrange for private pickup. but we fully intend on providing the pad out front. I understand that there's a limit of garbage bags, 1 per unit.
Yes.
So you can anticipate as many as 4 bags, and then the recycling on top of that.
Okay.
Snow removal was another question that was asked. What we propose is, this is the hard surface areas of the driveway, and we've got an area identified right here for any overage of the garbage, or sorry, of the snowfall to go in that area. So it's not having to be taken off-site. The demolition, again, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sure, Councilor Morocco.
Thank you very much. Just if I may ask a question of the gentleman through you, Your Worship. In regards to the snow that you're going to accumulate or pile in that area, can you again point out where is the sewer going to be draining and where is this going to melt off to? Because obviously there's going to be a melt and it's going to run off. So where is it going to run off to? The people's backyard?
Good point. No. I mentioned the one catch basin is here. The other catch basin is right there, right underneath where the snow is going to be piled.
So you're going to pile the snow onto the catch basin?
Yeah. Yeah, catch basins are designed to
Okay,
take
no,
water from the surface. Yeah.
And another thing, while I'm on this part too, I know that Councillor Carrio actually talked about storm sewer, but so now the storm sewer, I want to know who is responsible for this storm sewer, because it looks like it's now on private land. So the city's not responsible for the storm sewer?
Correct.
Is that the north? Through?
Mr. Holman?
Mr. Mayor, that would be like any other commercial or high-density residential situation.
So in this residential strip on Portage, that's kind of acceptable? Because it's usually
yeah.
it's been built and designed for one single family home. We're now looking at 4 with 2 different catch basins and privately owned sewer, sanitation, sewer.
Yes, that's correct.
But that's.
It would be like any other vacant land condo that we.
So if they have a problem, who do they call? Not us.
Correct.
They call the developer.
No, sorry, they call, with due respect, the condominium corporation. These are going to be freehold condominiums, so there'll be an agreement
Okay.
that the condominium will be responsible for the maintenance and clearing of the
Okay, I'll let you finish.
stormwater.
I have a few other questions, Bill.
Would there be an easement through you, Mr. Holman? I know the private catch basins, would the municipality request an easement?
No, we'd have, municipality have no responsibility there, other than to say you're in contravention of the conditions of the draft plan of condominium.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Yeah, you can continue on, thank you.
Okay. There was a concern about the demolition of the house, the remaining structure. And again, it hasn't been taken down, and we will obviously have to follow and will willingly follow all the requirements of MOE.
Okay.
Which involves, first of all, testing for suspected asbestos products and containing it, and then the proper removal and disposal of it. And another question about a retaining wall, which currently exists between this property owner, and it runs approximately from here to the back of the site. And we will be rebuilding that retaining wall and actually reducing the size of it because of the grading that we're able to do on this side, which doesn't currently exist. The retaining wall was built, we suspect, because of the higher ground on this side and the lower ground adjacent to the existing house. We're going to be building up this lot line all the way back to there to match the adjacent neighbor to the north, and then dropping towards our catch basins with the retaining wall taking up the remainder of the site. Can we have one more, say that site there? This shows the context of the existing house and and the shed at the back, and the new property. It is in fact two lots that have been amalgamated years ago. But it gives you an idea of the density of the houses along Shirley and the houses along Portage versus the density of what's going on this 0.6 acres. And we feel that it is sitting quite nicely as far as density is concerned. Visually, if I could have the next slide, I believe. This is a photograph looking right at the existing driveway onto the property. This is the driveway onto the property to the south. This is looking down that driveway. And here is the property to the north. In behind these trees is the house that currently sits there now. That is where Block A is going to face. Down this laneway, right about there, is the roof of the house on Shirley Avenue. Our Block B is going to be down there. The floor level of Block B is 1 meter below Portage Avenue. So the house is going to be set down low a little bit. The other photographs are across the street. This is the neighbor immediately across whose driveway aligns with this driveway. And then looking to the north and to the south. Next slide. These are the elevations of Block A. Top right-hand corner is the elevation that is going to face Portage Road. This is the elevation as you come into the driveway and head towards Block B. This is the back elevation of Block A, and this is the side yard, which is facing the neighbor to the north. The next slide, please. This is Block B. This is the elevation, the front elevation of Block B, the two sides and the back. They're basically bungalows with finished basements. Block B has walkout basements because of the grade change, that 3 meters from front to back of the property. And so this grade back here is actually matching the existing grade. And the next property, or next photograph, this is actually the Portage Road facade of Block A. It's not a side-looking facade. And 2 more slides. The next one's blank. This next one, I can briefly talk about the trees that did come down. We had an arborist assess all of the trees on site, and they identified the ones that had extensive rot and the others that were showing stress. They in fact were largely the softwood evergreens that were actually the original, I believe, the hedgerow between the 2 properties. If we could go back to the site plan, the colored site plan at the beginning. There were a row of trees that went right down here. The ones that we're keeping are the hardwoods, the 3 major trees along the front, which all but screen the view of the property. And then again, hardwoods here. I believe there was an evergreen here and an evergreen back here. And then there was one hardwood back here that had to come down again because of extreme stress. We're proposing to plant 3 trees, and that's about it. Thank you.
Any questions? Yes, Councillor Carrio. Were there any other designs contemplated besides what we're looking at?
Many.
Many?
Many.
Did they all have 4 units on the site?
No, we started with actually a row of townhomes that essentially would run from here to here, and the driveway came in and served the 6 townhouses. 2-story, 2.5-story. Then we had another version which had this house much closer to the property line, more in line with the 1.5-meter side yard setback. And it looked very much like this one, but if you can imagine, we rotated this unit and that unit so that we could still get the driveway here and increase the side yard line at the request of the city. As we went through a number of machinations on proximities and visibilities, stuff like that.
Because I do understand the neighbors' concerns, considering what was there before and what's gonna be there now.
It's hard to compete with a tennis court. That's
No,
basically
the
what
way
the backyard
houses
was.
were, no, they've got a backyard and their side yard as opposed, I mean, that's a bit odd. It's a bit odd, but my opinion.
Okay.
Any other questions? Yes, Councilor Morocco.
I have to agree. You look at Portage Road, and, you know, first of all, I'm sorry, I'm one of those people that don't really like smart growth and something all jammed into a lot. But anyway, that's the way the province goes. It's an odd-looking, I guess, design, especially in such a prestigious, I think of Portage Road as big, beautiful homes, big, beautiful lots, and I know that we can't keep them all that way. I mean, if that was the case, I guess I should just go down and buy them all so we could just preserve them and keep them that way, but unfortunately. So I personally don't like the design. I just don't know that it fits in perfectly with Portage Road and the rest of those beautiful homes that are there and those big backyards. I don't like the way that everyone's gonna come into that driveway, and I have to say, I feel really sympathetic to the person that lives with that little green strip there, because you now have 8 minimum vehicles coming down there, flashing their lights all in your house, because that's down that driveway, not 1 or 2, but 8.
Okay, folks, I would just ask that you just hold decorum and we know you're emotional.
No, I'm sorry, I want to, but you know, it's just, and then snow plowing, I think that's gonna be an issue, where it's gonna drain, and a fire, I was thinking, where's a fire truck gonna go? Okay, you're not gonna get the garbage truck, because now you're gonna hail all the garbage to the curbside. How is a fire truck gonna get in there to deal with Block B? Because it sure as hell isn't gonna be able to get down and turn around, as Mr. Tybert pointed out. It's gonna have to back up. I have to just think of also a safety issue for those people that are going to live there and potential. So I'm just really having a little bit of a hard time with the whole design. And I don't understand why it does look beautiful, I tell you, the facade, why that doesn't face, but obviously because you can't get 4 across the front of the property. So therefore, you're trying to piecemeal that in there. I'm sorry, I just don't like the layout and design.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Campbell?
Your worship, I'd like to respond to Councillor Morocco's comments. I feel exactly the same way. And it almost seems to me that this has been designed this way. Staff tried to accommodate the developers, but if they had said, we want to put 3 units in there, it probably would be far easier to design and make it fit as opposed to the cookie cutter approach. I feel exactly the same.
Any other questions of council? Okay, all right. Thank you for that, and thank you for your presentation. If there's no further questions of council for Mr. Sather, the public meeting with respect to the proposed zoning bylaw amendment and vacant land condominium application is now concluded. Is there a member of council who wishes to make a motion regarding this application? Councillor Campbell.
I move that you deny.
Okay, moved by Councillor Campbell, second by Councillor Crater, that the application be denied. If there's no questions, you have a question? Yes, Councillor Crater.
Yes, I'm going to be voting against the motion. I'm voting in favor of the motion. I second it. So, yeah. And I said this at our last council meeting when I voted against another development, and I'm certainly in supporting of developments. But when it comes to residential areas, I always try to put myself in the position, what if I lived there? What impact would it have on me? And I remember the last council meeting when I did vote against it. I remember, I wasn't a member of this council, but I remember one of the politicians said to me, I saw you voted against this development. It's about money, Kim. And I said, no, it isn't about money. It's about the quality of life for people who live there. So I congratulate the developers, so I don't want you to take offense. I congratulate you for believing in Niagara Falls and investing. Just kind of about doing it the wrong way for the people who live there. And I'm hoping that maybe you'll take another look at it and see if you can find a solution that fits yours and can take into account the residents who live there, because they're entitled to their quality of life as well. So thank you, Worship.
Yeah, thank you. So we have heard the motion. The motion is to deny the recommendations. There are 5 recommendations. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. So thank you to the developer for coming out. Thank you to the residents for coming out as well. Thank you. Got the big white one. I want to see the other one. No, no. Down the hallway, Kim. Just down the hall. Yeah. Yeah, no problem. Well, would have been funny if you just let him go. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. Mr. Clerk, would you please introduce the next item on the agenda?
A public meeting is now being convened to consider a proposed amendment to a development agreement with Ontario Lottery and Gaming, OLG, for 6380 Fallsview Boulevard. Notice was given by first-class mail to all property owners within 60 meters of the site. This meeting is being conducted outside of the Planning Act to receive input prior to making a decision. This proposal is not subject to the Planning Act appeal process.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. I now ask our Director of Planning, Mr. Hurlovich, to explain the purpose and reason for the proposed bylaw amendment.
Thank you, Worship, and I apologize, we don't have a PowerPoint, so I'd refer council to the handouts that they have. They should receive these in their packages, and I've seen them over the weekend. So the request is by Ontario Lottery and Gaming Corporation. This is for the Fallsview Casino site, which I think most people are familiar with. And this site is, because it's owned by the province, is not regulated by a zoning bylaw, which is why we're dealing with this outside of the Planning Act process. There is a development agreement between the city and the province, between Ontario Lottery and Gaming. And they wish to amend that agreement in order to facilitate the opportunity for a new theater. That's not to say that the new theater will go here. Ontario Lottery and Gaming has actually done a proposal call. They've had 4 submissions. They're reviewing those submissions now, and this is one site out of possibly 4 that the theater could be developed on. So in order to facilitate the design that's been submitted by the proponent who's bid on putting a 5,000-seat theater on this site, they need to amend the development agreement in 2 specific ways. And one is they're looking to increase the height of the theater. So the current development agreement says the theater can be 20 meters high to the top of the theater and 33 meters to the top of the fly, which would be the area where the backdrops and props are go. In this particular case, neither the Avalon Theater nor the proposed theater actually have a fly, so they wouldn't actually go up to the 33 meters. So they're only looking to change the 20-meter height. The design that's been put forward is 1.25 meters higher than the existing Avalon Theater. So there is about halfway through that handout package, there's a cross section that shows the intended theater. So so it's the first drawing after the photographs. So looking at that lower cross section, the Avalon Theater is depicted on the left. And so the height of the Avalon Theater is this green line, which is set up to 20-meter height. The new proposed theater, which is shown just to the right of that schedule, shows the blue line, which is the top of the proposed theater, and that's the height that they wish to change. So now, having said that, OLG asked for a 5-meter height increase, although they basically said, we're asking for 5 meters, but whatever the height ends up being is what we'd like to put in the agreement. So if it's 23 meters, if it's 21 meters, that's what will appear in the agreement. The architects have determined that they need 21.25. That might be the number, I can't say for sure. What is not accounted for is that the definition of height, and this is true for all of our buildings in town, do not include mechanical penthouses, so that's the air conditioning units on the roof, the tops of elevator shafts, the top of stairwells. All of those areas are allowed to project above the building height. And so those mechanicals in this particular building project a further 3 meters, a little over 11 feet. So that's the red line on that elevation then. So you can see where the green line is for the Avalon Theater. The height of this building would actually be at that red line. And so when the city was meeting with the proponents and so on, not sure, I'm going to give credit to Mr. Todd, asked the proponent to provide some renderings of what the views from the 4 Points Sheraton and the Hilton Hotel would have if this theater was actually built in the location they're proposing. And that's what you have before you. It's, the top photograph is the existing situation, and then below, the architect has inserted a block that represents the height of that proposed casino. It's this golden yellow block in the photographs. So, and they've done this from various floors. So they show how much of the view of the falls is available now from the 9th floor of the 4 Points Sheraton, and what it would be if this theater was to develop in that location. And as you go through each of these photographs, you will see that the majority of the situation, the view to the falls is actually blocked. And so that is a concern to us, and we feel that the hotels have actually built with the objective of providing views from their rooms. As well, when the Fallsview Casino was built, there were view planes done, and the architects at the time did some terms of reference for the particular development, and this was Ziegler and Roberts. And so their guidelines basically said that it was important to provide excellent views to the falls, not only from the new hotel tower, which is what we know as the casino hotel, but also for the existing and planned hotels on the opposite side of Fallsview. And so they actually had sight lines, and they positioned the current casino hotel so as not to impede any of those sight lines to the falls. So we feel that, and that's shown in Appendix 3 in our staff report in your package, where those sight lines are. So we feel that this current design didn't respect that. And so therefore, there are some other changes and modifications to the agreement, but it's staff's position that we can't support the request from OLG for this modification to the development agreement, what they call development agreement amending agreement. And so that's the essence of what is being presented here and what's being requested. As I said, it's outside of the Planning Act. So we're basically saying, here's your opportunity to receive some input and make a decision. As always, this is a staff recommendation, and council's free to make its own decision.
Thank you for that, Mr. Hurlovich. Our CAO would like to comment, and I've got Councilor Morocco who would like to ask a question.
If I could just provide a few other comments, just to put the whole project in context. So, as Mr. Hurlovich has indicated, there's 4 proposals, and our staff has been working quite closely with the proponents of all 4 of those proposals throughout the course of this. And what council should be aware of is that in that process, there's very tight timelines, because they've indicated that this building has to be selected, constructed, and open for June of 2019. So very tight timeline. So what we did is we put together a schedule with the OLG, and you will know, or if you're not aware, their last Tuesday night, the other 3 proponents went through a similar process before the Committee of Adjustment. And just so that there's a view of fairness here, there were similar issues with those proposals that the Committee of Adjustment dealt with, and dealt with height, some setback issues, and side yard and front yard setbacks, some coverage issues. So that was openly vetted in a public forum before the Committee of Adjustment. Those 3 proposals were approved by the committee last Tuesday night. The reason this is here tonight is because it's a development agreement process that is different because it's provincially owned property. There's not really a zoning process on site. It's a development agreement that was entered into by this council back in 2006, I believe, when Casino Falls View opened. So I didn't want to give the view that this was something that just this group was going through, but all 4 groups had to go through the same. So in terms of comments, our staff was okay with the variances on the other developments. There was really no objections from surrounding property owners. All the hoteliers had a chance to comment and be part of that process, so they were okay with what the changes were there. In this case, it's a bit different. It's not a Committee of Adjustment process. It's a matter that solely rests with council. So council tonight will make the decision as to whether they want to grant these amendments to the development agreement. Our understanding is that they're going to be selecting the preferred vendor or the preferred proponent out of the 4 by mid-May. And if they choose this proposal, our position, if staff's recommendation is supported, our position would be that we would be back there indicating to them that we can't obviously support the heights and view planes that are shown here tonight. It would require them to go back and revisit that building and try to fit it within the context of what the report's indicating. So there's still 4 proponents, and right now it's just getting through this process. And again, we have to get through this process tonight so we can feed that information back to the OLG, so that again, all 4 of them are on the same plane, if you will, where they've dealt with those outstanding variances that are required for the 4 sites.
Thank you, Mr. CAO. I've got Councilor Morocco and then Crater.
Thank you, Your Worship. First of all, through you to Mr. Hurlovich, is this what it's going to look like from the street, like this solid wall across there? There's no windows, it's just a big wall, another big block in the falls?
Well, it's actually behind the, it's behind the parking garage, so you probably wouldn't see as much of that. It's also, I think it's the portion of the roof is the gray portion just in front of the yellow that you're looking at is the roof of the Oaks Inn, the 2-story motel portion. So there are some drawings.
And if we actually are not going to approve, which I have to honestly say, I gotta go on record here, because I've always been hopefully lobbying and supporting a 7,000 seat amphitheater or larger, because I'm thinking if we're gonna grow this destination, as I quoted in the paper, I'm hoping that we're actually going to start building for tomorrow and not for today. And some people think that, 5,000 seats is enough, but it's also the same as, I believe, one of the other casinos, and then there's the other casinos, 2,000 was quoted in the paper. But I'm thinking, why can't we actually look at something? So we put out this bid now for 5,000 to 7,000 square seater arena, theater. And actually everybody pops up and says, well, sure, we're just gonna settle for 5,000 because why not? We put that number out there. So unfortunately, I'm not thrilled the fact that we're just gonna continuously build with status quo, what's good for today instead of tomorrow. But I mean, now we've got this, it's gonna block the heights. It's not really in the playing field that it was in the beginning. So now that it's changed the rules totally for everybody. So if you actually now say that we can't go to that level, that's actually going to decrease the number of seats, would it not, in that theater? Because it's too high, so we're talking that we've got to come down.
I can speak to
Mr.
perhaps
Illich,
maybe-
our CAO's offered
maybe I
to,
can help him out here.
Sorry.
So really, when you look at the whole model for developing this proposal that was set out in the RFP by OLG, it's really led the proponents to determine that in that model, and where price is going to be probably the biggest determiner, Mr. Felicetti would, I don't, what percentage of the sort of points that you would get is going to be cost.
You're speaking in reference to 7,000 seats.
Yes, so really what, and I don't want to speak on behalf of the proponents, but I think what it's forced them to do is say, based on the cost model that's in front of us, really the maximum we can really put in is 5,000 seats in order to meet the province's objective of really cost being a major factor of this. We were very concerned right from the beginning about ensuring that certain design elements were incorporated in. And you mentioned street facing. We wanted to make sure that any of the proposals that faced on a street were not a blank wall, that they were engaging with the street, that there was animation on the street.
Yeah.
So those were some of the design criteria.
And this doesn't meet that.
Well, this is sitting in behind, and I think in fairness to this proposal, if you are standing on the backside of the casino, which would be basically at the brink of the parks property, the Moraine, looking back, there will be a nice facade along there. It's not a street-facing facade, it's in behind the casino. But I think the design team's done a nice job of making sure that facade opening up to views of the falls was very aesthetically pleasing. But I think what's happened, and we don't disagree with you, Mr. Felicetti and I have been arguing this all along, is that we'd rather see 7,000. But when the proposals come together, and if the majority of the points are based on cost, the proponents are going to try to build the nicest design they can with all of the design elements, which means they really can't add 2,000 more seats. It's 5,000 seats to get the proper cost, unless you're just going to get a big box, and we didn't want a big box.
So another question that I have is that I'm thinking, so of all the other areas that this possibly could go in, and it'd be a beautiful building, we're talking about how many millions of dollars, sorry, through you to Ken Todd, since you're going to take the questions, I guess, Ken.
Sure.
Thank you. How much is this building going to estimate and cost and build and design?
Well, we haven't seen what those estimates are, and I don't even want to hazard a guess.
So most I want to say 7,000. So we'll say most 5,000 seat theaters are beautifully designed. I mean, they've done a great job in St. Catharines at the ones that they built there. And I'm thinking, so we now have volume and everything else that's going in there. Is that all played into a factor, as well as the amount of traffic now that's going to be coming in? The casino sees a lot of traffic in that area, just in that section. But just now, so they're in that bus terminal, this area. So now how much of that traffic and parking is going to be gone? So where are the bus is going to go, where are the vehicles going to go? I actually did see that there's another plan for traffic, but that also changes the plan.
There's changes on site. The parking remains intact. So the existing parking garage, although there'll be alterations to the access points and how interior vehicles move interior to the garage, the rear exit will remain the same, albeit you'll be exiting at a lower level. Now you kind of come down a ramp. But the total parking spots on site will remain with this proposal. Our only concern is outlined by Mr. Hurlovich on this proposal, which actually Mr. Felicetti was very instrumental right from the very beginning in making sure that the proponents were well aware that height in those view planes were going to be an issue, and we believe we've been consistent on that. After we saw the view plane documents, Mr. Felicetti and I got on a phone call immediately with OLG and indicated our belief was that we were going to have a problem with this, and that we were going to be presenting to council, and in all likelihood that would not be a favorable recommendation based on what we see. But it is what it is. But I think that
unfortunately, here we have an opportunity to have another beautiful piece of property here, a building here, and we're going to tuck it away where you really can't even see it, and now it's going to actually block hotel rooms that actually have played by the rules in their building and sight lines, and we're going to now ask them to block them, which is really not fair. So I don't think that
So you
this is a
have-
fair proposal, and I have to say that I'm not going to support this. I'm actually going to support the recommendation of the staff and not support this, these amendments to this design.
So in council, and thank you, but just so you're aware, there's 3 other proposals that you didn't see because the Committee of Adjustment dealt with those.
Yeah, but they probably have gone by the specs that were outlined in the proposal, and they're not asking to change the rules such as this.
They went for variances, in fairness to this proposal, they went for variances on those issues that received favorable support from the committee. There was no objection from neighboring properties. All of the properties had certain variances, mainly dealing with height, but they were not obstructing views. They were on facades of streets where they were not going to impact other hotels. So it was favorably received by.
Right, but this one is.
Yes.
Yes, and that's why I will not be able to support it.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Crater.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Mr. Todd, just a couple short questions. I had the opportunity to attend the Committee of Adjustment. Mr. Alderman, Councillor Victor Pietrangelo was the chair, so I had a chance to listen to the 3 other proponents, and it was refreshing because they're all from Niagara Falls. That's great. So I know who they are, and I had a chance to listen to their presentations. So my question is, I understand that this process that we're looking at is because the OLG, who owns the building, is asking for this. So who is the developer that wants to build the entertainment center? Who is that person?
Well, there's through the RFP queue process, anybody could have bid to build on that site.
Okay.
It could have been any private builder. One builder came forward and put a submission forward to be the builder on the site. They survived the sort of RFP queue process, moved through it's a I'm not even sure. Yeah, it's a consortium of people, but a group of architects that we've met with, and quite I just the name of the proponent escapes me. Serge, can you help me on this? Or?
It's a group out of Quebec primarily that's created the consortium to build a theater on the site there.
Is it?
So,
through you, Your Worship, Serge, is it the same group that built the Boeing Bridge?
I don't.
Nothing.
No, I don't.
People came in.
I don't believe so. I don't think so.
I don't.
All right.
I don't think so. But so.
But it's not Falls View Management, the group that's running the casino.
No, it's not.
I'm
Because
vehemently opposed to them getting anything, including a renewal of the rights to run the casino. I'm telling you that.
They're not involved.
No, it's Falls Management. So, and the reason this is it's OLG that owns the property. So the development agreement that this council entered into back in the early 2000s when Falls View Casino opened, that development agreement is like a zoning bylaw on the site, if you will. It's almost like a site plan that this council entered into. So because it's a provincial entity, that's why it went through the development agreement process rather than a minor variance process. So a little unusual because it's a provincially owned property. So, but they still have agreed to go through the same processes and face the same tests as the people that had to face the test before the Committee of Adjustment.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Councillor Pietrangelo.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. I'm just wondering, are there proponents here to speak?
From this group here?
Yeah.
Do we have any proponents for the this theater? The one to be built at the Falls View Casino? No. Unless really want it. Yeah, okay, so I guess there's not. Nobody's here for that, I suppose.
Yeah, I'll speak, Your Worship.
Okay.
Thanks, Your Worship. I gotta say, this is it's an interesting application because I think if someone was to say that we would block the rights of a landowner who is in front of another landowner from actually building up and enjoying the view, that we wouldn't do that. The general rule is that if you own land in front, you should be allowed to build. This application is very different in the sense that it's not just two landowners. You have the government that operates a casino, and that makes it an unlevel playing field. because nobody else around them is allowed to have a casino. So because we have an unlevel playing field, and kudos to Councillor Thompson when he was mayor and the rest of the city staff, development agreement was put in place back in the day to protect the rights of the landowners that operated businesses around there, and that we're going to create economic activity. And the one bullet, Your Worship, that I think really should be highlighted is the one in Appendix 4, where the arrow is. And it says it's important to note, it's important not only to provide excellent views from each hotel room, and that would be on the casino's property, but also to develop a tower form and location that could give the same viewing conditions to existing and anticipated hotels from behind the casino hotel. So the government recognized the day that they signed the development agreement that they had to give the viewing rights of the property owners that were behind them the right to actually view the falls. And any changes to that agreement, Your Worship, I believe we shouldn't approve. So, I mean, I'm in favor of the recommendation as well. And if you're looking for a motion, I'll be more than happy to make it.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other comments or questions of council? Seeing none, is there anyone here to speak to this development or to this recommendation? Is there anybody here to speak to it, for it, or against it? Okay, seeing not, the public meeting with respect to this proposed development agreement amendment is now concluded. So look, okay, moved by Councillor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councillor Morocco, that we approve the recommendation which does not support the requested development agreement amendment. So we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and it's unanimous with the exception of two conflicts. Okay, so for those of you here today, in this regard, thank you very much. The council will not support the development agreement amendment for that theater. And I know that OLG is watching through our live streaming. I was speaking with them today, so they're following this along, so I'm sure. They are too. They said they were. They said they were going to be. Okay. All right, so we're now going to go back to our consent agenda items. So what's the direction of council for consent agenda items? Is anyone, yes, Councillor?
I have a question on just one.
Okay.
That's F217-50. That's your question.
Okay, regarding the receivables? Okay, well, why don't we deal with that? We'll deal with the ones that we have, and then we'll do the rest en masse. So,
2017, Your Worship.
and 1709. Oh, here we are. No. PBD 21709? Okay, oh, yep, okay. Are there any other consent agenda items? Councilor Pietrangelo.
I had a question about MW 2017-15.
George Buchanan Park?
Yes, and I also think I should declare conflict on the MW 2017-12, which I know.
Yes.
Yeah, St. Paul is partially benefit.
Okay. Any other specific consent agenda items? Okay, so then we'll start off with F 2017-15, major receivables month, the month of March. Councillor Crater.
Thank you. Each month we receive an update on outstanding taxes that haven't been paid. So I wanted to know, through you to Todd, Mr. Harrison, in the first paragraph of this report, it says the city's finance staff has begun the tax collection process for properties that are subject to registration for 2017. Simply, it means they haven't paid it, and we can put them up for sale and collect our taxes that are due. Can we have the names of those properties? Can these now be included in this report? Is that public information? Because I had asked also that we could start including if people have filed major assessment appeals against this, and you indicated that could be released. Can we do the same for this?
I'd have to look at the
I'd have to look at that and get back to you, Counselor, I'm not sure.
So I would like to make a motion that we do if it's allowed.
Okay. Are these the ones that are up for tax sale? That have
That's
been
what it
3 years?
says right here.
No, actually, what it says.
Registrations.
Yeah, what it says is that the properties are subject to registration. That means that on January 1st, they were subject to registration because they had gone through the period of time unpaid. So what we're saying in the report is that we've started the registration process. There's a series of notices that we provide. They aren't registered. If you want the properties that are registered, we likely could put that in the report, but the ones that are subject to registration, I'd have to go back and look at the municipal.
All right, you'll let us know. And if it's acceptable, then I'd like to be included as well.
Okay, so now, question through you, to you, Mr. Harrison. So the ones that are registered, that have gone through the process, those are the ones that we're gonna be selling for public sale. Is that right?
Well, I mean, yes, if any further collection processes fail, ultimately they would be subject to sale at a certain point. And we have an upcoming tax sale in the first week of May on one property, and we have a couple of properties that are scheduled for the later in the year November sale. In most cases, these properties are redeemed prior to it, but there are the exceptions that we do sell them.
Okay.
Thank you.
So is that a motion, Councillor?
Yes, I make the motion if it's acceptable and it's allowed, that I'd like the entire council to see any businesses that are going into registration.
Okay.
And the public to know.
Okay, so.
Well, any of it, says there's 23.
Properties, any
Yeah.
properties.
Just to clarify, it's not just businesses. I mean,
No.
these are all properties. They could be residential, they could be farm, they could be multi-res, they could be any of those things. It's that a property would be, that would be in this situation.
But we don't, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
We don't go into registration, and I know how the staff works. They work really closely with the public and the businesses to try to give them every opportunity. That's almost the last resort, that they haven't complied. And then there were suggestions, I don't think it applies anymore. Some people just let it go on because it was cheaper to pay the city the interest than it was to owe it to the bank. But I think we've increased our interest rates on it. But I think people are entitled to know, people who haven't, our businesses who haven't complied, and it's time that they be put out front so people are aware of it. There's nothing wrong with that. All the people that pay their taxes, we'd like to know. So I think it's a reasonable request,
Sure.
if it's allowed.
Yep, okay. So we've got a motion first. Do we have a second for the motion? So we've got a motion, okay, seconded by Councillor Pietrangelo. Councillor Thompson.
Yeah, I'm not going to support the motion. I don't think that's public knowledge that is necessary. If you've dealt with these situations, most of the people are having a very difficult time. They get to the point where they're 3 years in arrears, and the registration can take place and the notification up to that point, and then they struggle with trying to make payments, and most of them are redeemed. Very few are ever sold. How many would you sell in a year?
Mr. Harrison?
I think that we might have a handful that we start off with at the beginning of the process. You'd be in around 100, and you'd probably sell maybe 3 to 5. And usually those properties are properties that people have walked away from, that they no longer wish to do anything with. So it's just.
Anyway,
Okay.
my comments.
Thank you. Councillor Morocco.
Your worship, I can't support the motion either, I'm sorry. I just feel that it's very private, and because of somebody, obviously, if you're losing your business or your home, that's a huge personal impact on an individual, that I don't know that I'd want that publicly noted if that was me. So, I think that the staff can do the job. The staff is able to know who the individuals are and deal with it accordingly. I don't think that I need to have it as a piece of paper in front of me with people's names. So I don't want to be a part of that.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? Okay, so we'll call the vote. Everyone understands the motion? Yes? That anything, properties that are being registered, if it's allowed, that we be provided the listing of those properties that are being registered for us and the public. So that's the motion. Call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, opposed? Okay, so that motion fails. All right. Next up, Mr. Clerk, we do have a conflict for Councilor Pietrangelo on MW 2017-12, the tender award for Mitchelson Park artificial turf. So we made note of that. Councilor Pietrangelo, you wanted to discuss MW 2017-15, George B. Cater Park trail improvements?
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. I mean, I think the notion of creating a trail is a fantastic idea. And I know I've brought up in the past, why don't we create some stone dust trails? You get a lot more usage out of them in terms of how many days of the year you can actually travel on them. This one here is being proposed as a soil and wood chip, which I can't really see doing that well in any wet season whatsoever. So, yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
So the question is,
why don't we look at a different surface as opposed to a wood chip trail? I mean, I don't know how often wood chip trails are going to be used. Personally, I would prefer stone dust, and then I think the upgrade from there would be asphalt. But again, there's a lot of people that like walking on stone dust because it actually gives that feeling that they're walking on ground. It still has that little bit of cushion, and it's not as wet as your wood chips are. The other item I wanted to mention is, I mean, since this is down at George B. Cater Park, does staff ever have any concept plans of connecting this to the Millennium Trail eventually? Because I don't think the distance really is that far. You're kind of in the same vicinity at that point. So
maybe, I don't know,
might be a good idea to look at that in the future.
I'm not sure, Ms. Moldenhauer or Mr. Holman. So two questions, two comments, some feedback about using stone crusher or stone dust, or whatever we call it. Stone dust versus, well, there's different terms. Sure. Versus wood chip. So maybe our first comment on that one, Mr. Holman.
Mr. Mayor, yeah, I mean, that's a really good comment. We can have a look at that again and see if it's permitted. Like when we prepare these designs, we have to go to the Conservation Authority. This is a trail that's right along sensitive wetlands. So that may have been the justification for using this type of product. If we can use hard surfaces, obviously they're a lot easier to maintain and easier for people to get their footing on.
So what he's saying is we have to check with the NPCA to see if it's allowed because if it's on a water course. If it is, they prefer the harder surface as well. So I don't know. Yeah, easier to maintain. So
sorry, Your Worship, I should stand. But the Friendship Trail in St. Catharines, that's part of Happy Ralph's. I believe that's paved, right? And that's right along Lake Ontario. So I would imagine that any harder surface would be welcome.
Yeah, well, I don't know. So do you want to make the motion in such a way? If you want to move it in such a way that we give staff the latitude to explore that with the NPCA? Because it is a floodplain area, an active floodplain area, so maybe if you want to make that motion?
Sure. Okay. And any comment on the connectivity issue?
Yeah, and that'll be next, okay. And then the connectivity, Mr. Holman and Ms. Moldenhauer, to the Millennium Trail, he's asking, is there a plan to connect it up? Is it going to be a trail just to nowhere, or is it going to connect up?
Yeah, that's the intention, Mr. Mayor. So ideally, once we complete the Millennium Trail, you'll be able to get right from Whirlpool Golf Course right to the new South End Dog Park on the Millennium Trail. It's going to take a little bit more work to do the design to get across the hydro canal, but absolutely, that's part of the plan. It's probably 2 years out. But we wanted to complete this work in Bucator Park because it provides another option for those people using the new dog park.
Okay, so did you want to make that motion?
I will.
Okay, so moved by Councilor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councilor Strange, that we move the recommendation and ask staff to explore the hard surface idea of stone dust or stone crusher or whatever kind of term you want to use, but it will involve stone rather than wood chip.
I don't know if you knew, a couple days ago, he fell on a wood chip trail too, that's why he hurt his leg.
Is that, was that,
wood chip? It was a big wood chip.
Short Hills? Oh, there's no chips. There's nothing, roots, lots of roots there. Okay. All right, well, enough for the Seinfeld episode. So we've got the motion, everybody understands it? Call the vote, all those in favor? How much could a woodchuck chuck? All right, thank you for that, that's unanimous. Okay, and Counselor Carrio, you asked about PBD 2017.
Yes, thank you. We have some questions. I see that the staff is suggesting some changes come back. I'm not sure we should deal with this until they make the changes and we get a chance to look at it. The other question I had was, what are the rules and criteria for applicants as far as can you do more than one? Can you come back, or is it one per customer, one per owner, one per, how does that work, Mr. Herbert? On both the grant and the loan?
Right. Well, the recommendation is that there be only one application, that be a joint application. So the way it's set up now is that we have a facade improvement program, we have a commercial building program. And some people have been coming in and applying for both at the same time. So they'll fix the roof and fix the HVAC inside, fix the plumbing under the commercial building program, and then under the commercial facade, they restucco the front, they put in new windows, they put in new barrier-free doors, and so we get a complete package. And so what we've found over time, the program has been quite successful and quite popular, but the buildings where they've come in and they've applied for the commercial building program, but they've only fixed the roof, but the HVAC still is not up to scratch. Or they'll do one application and then a few years later they come back and do the other, so that we're only getting so we want to do it as one application. You're going to fix up the inside and you're going to fix up the outside at the same time. Because what we really want are occupiable buildings, not buildings that look good on the outside and yet are obsolete on the inside. So that's the idea, that we bring those two programs together. I think we tried to put this together in Appendix D to say that would be the requirement. As well, we're requiring a minimum of $10,000 investment. We were getting applications for a sign. A sign technically is eligible under the program, but quite honestly, it's not my belief that a new sign on the front of a building is going to make the building more occupiable or ensure that we're going to have a tenant in there long term. So rather than supporting a sign application for $2,000, of which we give $1,000, so basically wrapping it up into one big package so that they come in once, we deal with it one time, and we're getting buildings that are improved and occupiable.
That makes sense. My other question was, as far as multiple ownership. So if I own more than one building, can I come in and get this money more than one time?
Yes, you'd be able to do that, because basically it's by property, and so yes, the same owner could get it multiple times for different properties. Sometimes they're registered as different companies owning the properties, even though they're the same principal.
And then my last question is, I see that the recommendation is to extend it until 2019. Is there any reason why we couldn't extend it year by year? That we couldn't extend it for a year, then look at it again and extend it for a year? Is there any reason we have to extend it right through to 2019?
We could do it year by year. We suggested 2019 because the region is relooking or revamping their programs, and they're going to take 2 or 3 years to do that. And so we're just basically trying to give the community some assurance that these programs will go on for a while. So we do get people who are coming in interested in purchasing properties, but really want to know by the time they close on the deal, is the program still going to be available by the time they've got control of the building. So it gives them some assurance that the program will go on for a few more years.
I just like the ability, like I see that you're making some changes here, I like the ability of the staff and the council to be able to make a change if we find something else we don't like, and not be stuck with the agreement until 2019. I mean, there may not be anything you want to change, and when you come back to us a year from now, we might say, okay, we'll extend it for another year. But if there was something we wanted to change, it would be nice that if it came back annually and then you at least had a chance to look at it, and then we could approve it. Or if you wanted to make a change, you could make a change. So it would be my suggestion that we do it year by year. I don't know what the other councilors feel about any individuals having more of a, be able to come back for multiple buildings. I guess I would be more concerned if there was a lineup of people that wanted to get the money, and that someone would have a chance that hasn't had an opportunity to get any of the money. I'd want to make sure that that person would have a chance before someone who's got the money or got the grant or got the loan 4 or 5 times. I'd like to at least ensure that someone who hasn't got it would have the ability to get it over someone who's got it 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 times.
And to that point, Your Worship, I think, you know, if the councillor looks at Appendix A, you will see that the popularity of the programs have diminished over time, but we still get requests every week to use the programs. So they are dwindling, but one of the other recommendations is that any of those outstanding applications that were previously approved that they haven't done the work on, we're basically saying we'll be sending out notices to say you haven't proceeded, the time is up, and the previous allocation that you received is being withdrawn, so that money goes back in the pot and somebody else can come in and apply for that money and make it available.
Thank you, and I'd just like to see that one change made then, that'll go year by year. Mr. Hurliff didn't have an objection to it, and if the council would support that, I'd like to see it come back to us on a yearly basis.
December of 18.
And I'd
So do you want to
that-
make the motion?
I'd make that motion with that change.
So December of 18?
Yep.
Okay. Okay, so motion for approval of PBD 2017-09, but with the exception for 1 year to December of 2018 rather than 19. Okay, moved by Councillor Kerrio, second by Councillor Campbell. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. And I do want to back up to the Mitchelson Park Artificial Turf Development Project. I understand that Mr. Holman did have a correction that he wanted to point out.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Mayor. There's a typo there. The recommendation for the tender award is not the number that's shown there, recommendation 1. It should be the number that's at the bottom of page 2. So it should read that the contract number 2017-43717, the award to the lowest bidder, Worldwide Turf Inc. from Barrie, Ontario, with the corrected tender price of $1,139,108 plus HST. Thank you.
Okay, so we've got that update. So now, how about a motion to move the rest of the consent agenda with the inclusion of that update? Moved by Councillor Kerrio, seconded by Councillor Morocco. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved, thank you. Now, of course, to the exciting part of the meeting, Mayor's remarks. I've been waiting all night for this. Humor me, there's not much. Starting off with obituaries. Jean-Andre Lachance, brother-in-law of Roger Pigeon of our fire department, passed away. Julie Roberto, wife of volunteer firefighter Phil Roberto. Bill Moffett, stepfather of transit operator Barbara Byers. Bert Gann, brother of Brian Gann of our municipal works department, and Ernie Bendo, father of Wayne Bendo, retired from our fire services. We pass our condolences along to the families on their losses. I'd like to thank councillors for representing the city at different events. Councillor Campbell representing the city at the flag raising ceremony for World Autism Awareness Day, and the flag raising ceremony for the Big Safe Month, the Dig Safe Month. I know one of those it rained pretty hard, I believe. Dig Safe, yeah. So thank you for doing that. I was watching through the window from my office. No, I wasn't. Thank you to Councillor Thompson for being on 610 CKTV's Roundtable Road Trip in Niagara Falls at Willowdale Golf Course this Friday morning. It was a full 1 hour show, and he was a champ on there. He was a champ. He was at the golf course, yeah. Oh, and you were at the autism event. Okay, thank you for that. He wasn't at the one where it rained. He was at the dry one. Okay, good. And Councillor Peter Angelo for representing the state at the 25th anniversary of Notre Dame de la Jeunesse Elementary School. And Councillor Crater was there as well, and he was doing all the French interpretation for you. So thank you to the both of you. Certain announcements, transit announcement on the radar of the other levels of government for enhancements in transit. So the federal government recently announced transit funding for Niagara municipalities on March 31st. I was joined by a number of senior staff, including 3.4 million in infrastructure funding for Niagara Falls for our transit. Congratulations to Emily Hunter of the Mayor's Youth Advisory Committee, and she's a St. Mike's student. She was recently accepted into Harvard University. Well done. Also, thank you to all the support of council. I know I was joined at the rally by, I know Councillor Thompson was there, and Councillor Campbell and Councillor Strange were at the rally in front of the Fallsview Casino, trying to fight for the jobs. You know, we're concerned. We have an HLT report that says, yeah, it was an opportunity for us to stand up and try to fight to protect these jobs. Unfortunately, through the request for proposal of modernization, it puts at risk 800 to 1,400 jobs we're very concerned about. So Chair Chasm was with me, our MPP Gates, as well as Councillor Strange, Thompson, and Campbell. And we were also at Queen's Park this past week in the press gallery on April the 11th, where we did the same presentation with all the media at Queen's Park. And we continue to send our message loud and clear that we're not going to quietly sit back as they redistribute Niagara jobs at our casinos to the GTA. So we will fight to protect these jobs and these families. Pardon me? And yeah, we were also joined by MPP Oosterhoff, the member from the Grimsby area, the newer MPP as well. So we were all there together singing the same song, a couple of hundred people, and certainly everybody's very, very concerned about it. So now's the time to make some noise about this. And thank you to the support of council for the unanimous resolution supporting what we're trying to do. And the region as well has jumped on board, excuse me, with also a unanimous resolution that we brought to Queen's Park. So we've got a lot of support, a lot of people are concerned. As a matter of fact, I've been stopped by a number of casino workers saying thank you for standing up for our jobs. You know, they're concerned as well. Congratulations, Canada Summer Games are announced. That was mentioned earlier today. Great job, bid committee. I know Councillor Strange, you're involved as well. And I'll tell you something, to beat out Ottawa, the Kitchener-Waterloo area, as well as Sudbury, for Niagara to come out on top was a thrilling victory. I know we caught a couple of regions off guard. They didn't expect that to happen. And I've been saying this all along, when all 12 municipalities pull together, we circle the wagons, it's pretty tough to go up against us. So that was another example of successful bid working together. Also, I was on Friday invited by the Prime Minister to join him as they hosted the Prime Minister of Italy, Paolo Gentiloni, and he was here, and he's going to be hosting the G7 in Italy in the end of May, at the end of May. So it was a real exciting opportunity to get to meet him, and his English was very good, so I did not have to razzle-dazzle him with my Italian. So we'll leave it at that. No comments, no questions. So I did present him with a print of the city of Niagara Falls that he'll take back to Italy, and it was just nice honor to be invited for the luncheon. Also, last announcement here, the first park opening. We announced the 10 parks right here at City Hall, backed by City Council. 10 new parks this year, 10 new parks next year. We're going to have a trail built this year, this summer. We're excited, some great things happening. Well, the first park will be open Saturday, May the 6th, and that will be Solar Park. So hopefully council can come out for the kickoff. That'll be the first of a number of parks this summer. We're really excited about Jeff Holman and his department, what they're going to be doing. I know he's got extra Advil he bought to bring into his office and Pepto-Bismol. So he's very excited about the summer that's ahead. And the last reminder, the next council meeting will be Tuesday, May the 9th. So let's move along with our council meeting. Yes, Councillor Pietrangelo.
Still going for cancer.
Okay, I'm sorry, okay. Councillor Pietrangelo and Councillor Morocco.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. I just wanted to ask if you wouldn't mind sending a letter of condolence to the family of Gary Beck. I'm sure a lot of the people who have been here for a long time, I thought.
I was unaware.
Oh, okay.
He passed away?
I believe so. When I was at the funeral home for Julie Roberto, I thought, I
missed it.
thought he was there as well. I mean, we would all know him.
Was it in the paper?
We would all know him.
No, so
Was it?
absolutely, we will
Yeah.
send, so if the clerk could make notice of that?
I should
And-
double check that then. That's what if it's the same one, I didn't know it. Imagine. What's that?
Okay. While we're verifying that information, Councillor Morocco.
Yes, I just wanted to point out that we are both attending the 25th anniversary of the STAIR cancer.
Oh, yes, yes.
STAIR,
Thank you.
yeah, STAIR Climb for Children's Cancer.
Yes.
And we are both there, and of course, you can tell the story of Troy.
Yes,
Leave that
thank
to
you, Councillor, and it wasn't in my notes, I apologize. So Councillor Morocco and I were at the 25th anniversary of the Skylon Cancer Climb for Children's Cancer. It's the 25th anniversary, and we were joined by Troy Alston, who you remember last year that we met, and he's the fellow that broke Gord Singleton's record that stood forever. And he beat the record last year. He had 3 minutes and 22 seconds. This year, he came in at 3 minutes and 2 seconds. You saw him there?
It was earlier than you.
Okay, good. And Councilor Pietrangelo was there as well. So he broke the record. We presented him the key to the city with his record from last year. Well, this year he shaved 19 seconds off. He said he wants to come back again. He wants to get under 3 minutes. So, and he travels around Empire State Building, Sears Tower. He just travels around. He's ranked 4th in the United States and I think 17th worldwide. A real gentleman. He was so proud to come back. He's adopted there. He said he wants to get dual citizenship. He loves it up here. So it was pretty exciting to see him there. And I want to thank Councillor Morocco for joining us and Councillor Pietrangelo as well.
I just wanted to say that Lori Tavera and the whole team from their cancer group put on a great event, and good for them to raise awareness and funds for a good cause. So as you had actually indicated, I just wanted to say kudos to them
Thanks,
as well.
Councillor Morocco, for bringing that to my attention.
I didn't find it online, so.
Okay, so we'll confirm that before we send that out.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. Thank you for that. Okay, moving on, where are we? Okay, reports, communications and comments of the city clerk. So the first item, Regional Municipality of Niagara is requesting council consider the region's bylaw providing the Niagara region with a non-exclusive authority to establish, operate, and maintain intermunicipal passenger transportation system for the Niagara region. So that's just to allow them to operate intermunicipal transit. Moved by Councillor Campbell, seconded by Councillor Morocco. All those in favor? Oh, Councillor Thompson has a question.
Okay, so this is just to get the committees
This is-
together?
No,
to-
this allows them to operate the buses between the cities, what they're already doing right now. Right, this is part of the triple majority vote.
But this is, they have to come back with the
Oh yeah, this has
memorandum.
nothing to do with governance. This is just allowing them to work between the cities.
Yeah.
Did you want to add to that?
Yeah, just, so, this is really just to get over the triple majority vote, and it's only giving them authority on intermunicipal connections. The MOU that needs to come back to this council is a whole separate issue, and the
Which
council
the
will.
committee is going to, that they're going to set up.
Right.
Yes.
Is going to deal
Yeah.
with the MOU.
Yes.
And then bring it back to us.
See, if we don't reach the triple majority, there's no reason to do the MOU. So once we get over the triple majority hurdle, we'll bring the MOU back for consideration by council. Now, my understanding is only one council, I think, has deferred it so far.
Yeah.
Which was Wayne Fleet, just deferred it. I don't think anybody else.
But she
has
said,
voted against it.
she believes they're gonna pass it now. They're good, they're good. Okay, so we have a motion by Councillor Campbell, seconded by Councillor Morocco. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous, thank you. Item 2.
Move number 2 by Councilor Musk.
Item 2, Minister responsible for senior affairs, request that June be proclaimed as Seniors Month. Did you want to move that, Councillor Thompson?
I'm gonna go raise the flag.
Okay, do it together, okay. Okay, moved by Councillor Campbell, seconded by Councillor Thompson. All those in favor? And Councillor Thompson will join you, provided it's not raining. Okay, item 3, Cooperative Housing Federation of Canada requesting June 10th be proclaimed as Cooperative Housing Day. Moved by Councillor Morocco, seconded by Councillor Crater. All those in favor? Approved unanimously. Item 4, Pride Niagara requesting a flag raised for Pride Week, June 3rd to the 10th. Moved by Councillor Campbell, seconded by Councillor Strange. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved, thank you. Item 5, Victoria Center BIA requesting approval of their 2017 budget. Moved by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Morocco. All those in favor? That's approved. Item 6, Rotary of Niagara Falls Sunrise Rib Fest requesting a grant equal to fees associated with their event and relief of the noise bylaw. Moved by Councillor Morocco, second by Councillor Strange. All those in favor? And item 7, Celebrate Old Downtown requesting a grant equal to fees associated with their event and relief to various bylaws and in-kind services. Moved by Councillor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councillor Kerrio. All those in favor? Okay, thank you for that. Mr. Clerk, are there any additional items for council's consideration tonight?
Yes, there is, your worship. They were included in the additions handed out prior to the meeting, and I'll provide you a copy there.
Okay, so that's under communications. We have item 1, Brain Tumor Awareness Month. The request is that the month of May be proclaimed as Brain Tumor Month in the city of Niagara Falls. It's moved by Councillor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councillor Campbell. All those in favor? And lastly, Celebrate Old Downtown as a request for fee waiver related to road closure for their event starting May 2nd, Cruising on the Queue. Seconded by Councillor Morocco, first, moved by Councillor Morocco, seconded by Councillor Pietrangelo. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved unanimously. Thank you. In-camera consideration, Mr. Clerk, do we have?
Nothing to report.
Okay, thank you for that. Resolutions, we do have 3. First resolution, that Niagara Falls City Council consent to the passage of bylaw 2017-21 of the Regional Municipality of Niagara, being a bylaw to provide Niagara Region with the non-exclusive authority to establish, operate, maintain an intermunicipal passenger transportation system for the region of Niagara. Moved by Councillor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councillor Strange. All those in favor?
I would move the second and third as well.
Okay, let me just read them quickly for the at-home public, both people that are watching us, thank you. That the Niagara Falls City Council consider the Pieces of Canada exhibition to be an event of municipal significance and supports the provision of a special occasion license permit and agree to the relief of the noise bylaw and permit the outdoor entertainment until 10 p.m. And secondly, that the Niagara Falls City consider the Rotary Club of Niagara Falls Sunrise Rib Fest to be an event of municipal significance and support the provision of a special occasion liquor license permit for their event and grant relief to the city's noise bylaw and allow entertainment until 11 p.m. Both resolutions moved by Councillor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councillor Kerrio. All those in favor? And those are both approved unanimously.
Motion to introduce the bylaws first.
All right, first we have, Mr. Clerk, are there any additional bylaws or amendments for council's consideration tonight?
Yes, there is, your worship. There was one additional bylaw, 2017-49. Is listed in your additions. So the numbering of the bylaws will now be 2017-43 through to 2017-50. The last bylaw being, of course, the bylaw to adopt, ratify, and confirm the actions of council.
So moved.
Thank you. Motion by Councillor Peter.
have a couple.
Oh, yes. Sir. Oh,
So the additional bylaw, there was a typographical error in the addition that was distributed to council. This is the interim control bylaw for dealing with the boarding houses. And in the last paragraph, the one was distributed, the date of the bylaw will expire was erroneously made, April 26th of 2017. It should be April 26th of 2018. So I've had that amended, and I provided an amended copy to the clerk. So the bylaw that council actually has the correct year's expiry date.
Okay, so that's noted in the record, that the date's updated. And Mr. Hurlovich?
Yeah, bylaw, excuse me, 2017-46, it's to amend 79-200 for 270 detached dwellings. That's the application that council denied this evening, so that one will have to be withdrawn.
Okay.
So it is the 49.
Back to 49, okay.
You could give the interim control bylaw that number.
Okay,
Just so that the ordinance,
you can give the interim bylaw, yeah.
if that means it.
And that leaves everything else the same, right? That's the simplest way. Okay, so does everyone understand what we did? Okay, were there any other questions or comments regarding the bylaws? Okay, so we've got the motion, and we've got the second. We'll call the vote for the first reading of the bylaws. All those in favor? Okay, thank you for that.
Bylaws 2017-43 through to 2017-49, read a first time.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. And the bylaws be given a second and third time, moved by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Campbell. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved as well.
All right, bylaws 2017-43 through to 2017-49, read a second, third time, and passed.
Okay, thank you. And now new business. And the first I do want to ask, just before we get started, I know Mr. Holman, you had a piece of new business in regard to Harvard Avenue sewer issues.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. As you know, we've been working to repair a collapsed sewer on Harvard Avenue between the two legs of Bryan Crescent. And although we've been able to get the pipe back together, it's not working the way it's supposed to. It'll handle flows under low flow conditions, but we've had to make arrangements for emergency pumping. My request of you tonight is to get authorization to allocate up to $100,000 to allow me to engage a consulting engineer to prepare the proper specifications and prepare the tender documents to do an emergency repair.
Okay, good. Okay, moved by Councillor Morocco, second by Councillor Thompson. Is there any discussion to the request? See, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. We're good? Okay, thank you. New business. Councillor Campbell, Kerrio, oh my God, okay, everybody. We'll start with Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Your Worship. Is there a second meeting in May? Tentatively, or has it been decided there's no second meeting in May?
I'm not certain. Could we?
There's not one scheduled.
There's not one scheduled.
There is no one scheduled.
Yes, I just double checking.
Okay.
Okay. And the KO for childhood cancer.
Yes.
Have we purchased as a council a table for this event?
I-
Okay, I'm gonna make a motion that we purchase a table. Thank you.
Okay. So we got a motion by Councillor Campbell, second by Councillor Thompson, that we purchase a table at the, that's at the Meridian Center, I believe. KO. No. Which one? Oh, I'm sorry, this one. This is Mike's. I'm sorry. Okay. What's the date on that?
June 16th.
June 16th.
Scotiabank Center.
At the Scotiabank Center that we purchased a ticket for June the 16th. Okay? That's the motion. We'll call the vote. All those in favor?
I just,
Oh, yes, of
just
course.
because the tables are only 6 per table, they're all in like a horseshoe facing the ring, but if there is extras, we can buy individual tickets, so if someone else wanted to kind of come,
Okay.
so maybe a lot that we can add a few tickets if we have to.
Okay, okay.
Wayne's gonna be in the ring, Vic was supposed to, but Nita's gonna fight his battle, so he hurt his foot.
Coincidentally, he hurt his foot, so he's out. So. Okay, so we called that vote. All those in favor? Okay, so that's approved. Thank you for that. Councillor Campbell?
Thank you.
Councillor Kerrio?
Thank you, Worship. Just was wondering how successful the streaming is. Do we have an idea?
Well, the first meeting, we had some technical problems. So the actual, what is it? Maybe we'll get some comment from our streaming people.
Say hi to Kathy.
The very first one, we did have technical problems. Tonight is have we had any problems tonight, or has it worked out tonight?
No,
We're good?
smooth, yeah.
So do we have any, this is KJ, he's our live stream guy, he's also a on-air personality with 610. And do we have any idea how we're making out tonight?
Tonight, yeah, you've had consistently 20 to 30 people watching live, but they can come and go throughout the broadcast, right?
Okay.
But last month's meeting racked up over 500, and I know it's not million
Nice.
cat video views, but compared to some of the other municipalities that we do, those are actually quite robust numbers.
So I'd just like to, I think that's great. I'd just like to tell the rest of the council that we may not have the biggest audience, but we, I think, have tonight some people watching from further away than anywhere else. I have some people that used to live in Niagara Falls that have texted me and said that they've tuned in, and they have a young man, their young son, Christian, watching, and they're teaching him about municipal politics, watching our council meeting tonight, and it's the Mavernack family. I'd just like to say hello to the
Where are they?
Mavernack family.
Where?
A long time family in Niagara Falls who's relocated to Phoenix, Arizona.
Really?
And they're watching tonight, Paul, Jill, and their son Christian watching us all on live stream from.
So they're teaching him what not to do.
They're teaching him what not to do.
That is fantastic.
At a council meeting.
And also he has a sleeping disorder, and we're able to put the whole family right to sleep, right?
So I live in Mavernack.
Fantastic, that's great. That's the neat thing about live streaming. With your smartphone, your iPad, your laptop, you can watch us anywhere in the world, because I know people in Australia right now are tuning in to watch this council meeting. I know it. I just know it. So that's great news. No, but it's great. And with time, it'll be more and more. The phones are lighting up. That's right. People subscribing.
Janice Thompson's watching too, she said.
Okay, excellent.
Chair.
Hey, look at that. Okay, Councillor Strange, did you have any?
Yeah, so just, well, I was gonna mention the KO child cancer, but,
You want to repeat that date one more time? For
Yeah,
everyone?
yeah,
Well,
June
maybe
6th.
people don't know what it is. I
Oh,
mean-
yeah, so anyway, so we're putting an event on, KO Child Cancer Charity Boxing Event. That's on Friday, June 16th at the Scotiabank Center. So we've been working hard, myself, Councillor Thompson, Chris Dabrowski, Kim Rossi, there's a bunch of Noel Buckley. So we've been meeting like every couple of weeks preparing for this. I'm sorry? Every week, exactly, every week. So all the funds are going to childhood cancer research through Canadian Cancer Society, as well as the Ronald McDonald's Hamilton, which both causes are dear to my heart. So we'd love anyone in attendance. There's some great matches happening, and I've been training myself and Billy Irwin. I've been training the boxers, another guy, Matt Warner, and Billy Irwin's brother, Mike Irwin, been training these guys. And it's really kind of nerve-wracking for us sometimes, because they never boxed before, so trying to teach them and stuff, but they've been really training hard. It's been great. They've had their first sparring the other night, so we have Tanya Verbeek, who's a triple Olympic wrestling medalist, who's participating, and it's just awesome for her to kind of like go from the wrestling. I'm sorry? She's not fighting. We can't find an opponent, man. It's just tough to match up against.
Everybody's scared.
Yeah, well, what are you gonna do, man? You know, this guy, after he beat Norm Puddick a few months ago, or a few years ago, sorry, nobody wants to touch him. But it's two great causes. We have some great matches. We actually had a volunteer firefighter against a full-time firefighter. So maybe we get the chief to maybe be the ref or something. That's celebrity ref. And like I said, we wanted Vic to fight, but he hurt his foot on wood chip. So actually, his wife Anita is boxing. So she's boxing Kelly Crosley, which is going to be a great match. So awesome. She's so fit, and for stepping up for some of these people, they're going to be really nervous. None of them have ever boxed before. For stepping in the ring for the first time for a great cause is just awesome. So I'm glad we support it by buying a table, and looking forward for everyone to come down.
That's great. Excellent. Thank you for doing that.
Yeah. And then the other thing, sorry, I got a couple messages, I'm sure a lot of other council members, from a few people, detention for, there's a building on Palmer Avenue. I guess it used to be an old school, and they're operating, we don't know if it's illegally or not. The one guy thought it was some kind of mental health. I've been trying to Google it, can't come up with anything. It's on 516, it's either 5163 or 5165 Palmer. And I believe staff was looking into it from an email, and I don't know, because I Googled it and I saw something in Niagara region that there was some food and stuff operating that was, something was wrong with the food, but it didn't say what it was. But there's been some people out there and just causing vagrancies, and that there's been a lot of stuff going on there, commenting from a couple of other people on this message. And I just want to know if, I don't know who will be up to find out what this building is operating now. 516, it's either 5163 or 5165 Palmer Avenue. I don't know if Mr. Hurlovich can help us out.
Mr. Hurlovich has got his hand up. Maybe we can
Oh,
get some.
okay, perfect.
Excuse me, Your Worship. Yes, our bylaw enforcement people were out there this afternoon just before 4:30. So they've said they'll give us a full report tomorrow. So as soon as I have that information in, I will be able to share it with the council members, and we'll let council know what action we'll be able to take, if any.
Okay, I appreciate it. There's just been, like, there's a guy in a wheelchair going back and forth on the road. He almost got hit a couple times, and I guess he phoned the police, and nobody came, so he's been constantly, I don't know if all the other council members have been getting this email, but I just wanted to kind of down to, he emailed me again today, so I just wanted to get down to it. So thank you, Mr. Hurlovich.
Okay, super. Thanks for that. Councilor Peter Angelo?
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. I just wanted to make a motion to get a staff report in terms of the history of the pumping station that's out on Mewburn and Mountain. I did give Mr. Holman the heads up that I was going to be asking for a report. I understand that there's some issues in terms of land ownership, and I'm not quite certain that the city actually owns the land that the pumping station is on. So I just want to see if we have a plan to either purchase the land or move the pumping station.
I thought we already did, no? Because I understand it was on private land by accident, apparently. and-
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Do you want to report back, or? Okay, so we'll get a report back on
Sure,
that, Councillor?
that'd be great.
Okay. Do you want a motion for that?
Yes.
So moved by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Morocco, that we get a report back on the Mewburn pumping station. All those in favor? Okay, that's unanimous. Thank you for that. Is that it, Councillor? Wow, one tonight, eh? Councillor Thompson?
Yes, this is a result of a phone call from a gentleman who's been in the city for about 4 years. And he was concerned about the streets with respect to litter. And he said most of the problem is coming from the recycling, and the recycling bins not having a container, clear plastic, like other municipalities have, that when the wind comes up, it blows the cans and a lot of the recycling material around the street. And he said, could you please do something to see if that is possible for the region to consider, if that is something that is done in other municipalities?
What do they have? They have lids?
No, clear plastic containers that they put it in, and they put it in the blue box for the recycling.
Like a bag to go inside of the
Yes,
bin?
yeah, so it doesn't blow everything all over the place.
I do, but I buy them.
Pardon me?
I buy them and I put them inside, like as a liner.
Well, a
and I
lot
tie
of
'em.
people don't do that.
No, they don't, but I don't know if the region provides, I don't think they provide any bag.
No, I'm not suggesting that, I'm just saying, is this something that could be a condition that the region mandates with their recycling? It has to be in a container and sealed, so it doesn't become a problem, particularly in the winter.
Well, we could follow up on that. You want to make that a motion that we follow
Yeah,
up on
well,
that?
I said I would, and
Okay.
there's
You had the
motion.
chair here today. You could have
Yes.
asked them.
Yeah, well, I asked him everything else, I think. Anyway, yeah, I so move.
Okay, moved by Councillor Thompson, second by Councillor Campbell, that we get some information back from the region about having a bagging system with the blue bins. Yeah.
Actually, I've noticed, and it's interesting because in quite a few other destinations, I've actually seen, the recycle bins that actually have the lid. Now they're using that also for paper. So actually have the trucks that go by and they have the little forklift that come up and actually dump that in there. So, and I actually seen it at one of our trade shows, AMO or something as well. So actually now all the bins are exactly the same to that point. There's no little blue bin that's open, so yeah, all the garbage is blowing everywhere. It's all contained with a top, and it's all the same. So all the recycle bins are exactly the same, and they just go by and pick it up, so it's closed. So maybe if we could look at
Yeah, look,
Yeah,
just
look at
a
options.
motion
Something
that
close, yes.
Look at something that would contain the material, whether it's a lid or a bag.
okay.
The individual says they do it in other municipalities, and he's amazed at the litter in windstorms that are on the street.
I agree with that. I've seen the same thing when it's windy. Normally, it's not a problem, but when it's windy, it's a problem. So we're looking at lids or bagging systems. So that we got the motion, second by Councillor Campbell. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved unanimously.
Okay. The other one is, like everybody else, I think we're getting tired of hearing about Airbnbs, and particularly out on the Niagara River Parkway, we've all been receiving the emails. There was even one in Calagero Estates, which is really unusual. I don't know what the place looks like, but it's something like that.
That's a nice house.
That's a nice house.
Very nice
yeah.
house.
Yeah. It was sold recently. I was going to congratulate you on your new business, but there's a new Airbnb in Calagero Estates.
Wow.
Anyway, why can't we come in? We've been fooling around with this for several years. I know the clerk has been, every time he gets one of these, he reacts with his people. They try to track it down. It just doesn't work.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah. I wonder if we could come in with some kind of control.
Yes.
Which is going to say they cannot be in residential areas, and if there are any proposals, they have to come in and have a approval of council and give the public the opportunity to have a say whether they want this in their areas. This is just getting worse and worse, and people are very upset about it. I don't know how many emails the rest of you have got about the one out on the Niagara River Parkway. The one in Calogero Estates, I don't think really has started yet, because I think it's just been put up on the website recently. So I would make a motion that whatever we have to do to have some control over this, that we come in and do it as quickly as possible.
Well, we'll ask our CAO to comment on
Mr.
that.
Mayor, just so you know, we are gonna, there's been staff's been meeting, trying to come up with a report, so we're gonna have a report back, hopefully fairly shortly to you, outlining some options for you. Based on that, council can give us further direction, may require some public input, but we'll be back with a report outlining some options that you may want to consider.
So you don't want a motion, or?
You could do a motion.
Yeah, let's have a motion so it's on the books.
So we have a motion by Councillor Thompson, second by Councillor Crater, that we have staff come back with a report on the vacation rental operations in Niagara Falls and how we can control them.
In residential areas.
Well, all of them, well, we have to control all of them, right?
Yep.
All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. And I'll just add to that, there are a lot more operating, I think, than anyone on council actually appreciates, right? Because Airbnb is only one. There's several sites. And, you know, I would hazard a guess there's several hundreds, maybe even thousands in Niagara Falls. And most of them operate with no problems, that the neighbors are aware and they're comfortable with it. But you get the odd, you know, ones that are problems. But the problem is we don't have teeth, we don't have authority, we don't have regulation, oversight, licensing, where Niagara Lake allows them, but they license them and they inspect them. Fort Erie allows them, licenses them, inspects them. But here, we just kind of, it's a little wild, wild west, right?
And they have specific standards that, you know, if anybody comes in there and they cause any problem with their neighbors, they're identified and they can never come in to that establishment, or the Airbnb people are, have regulations with respect to that. So anyway, that's good.
Yes.
Just to that point too, I was actually with my friend, and they had a problem in Whistler with Airbnbs, but they're not allowed to do nightly rentals. The way they kind of stopped it was, because it's illegal, Airbnb, if it is legal, they will cover insurance if something happens.
Right.
But if it's illegal, they are not covered by anything. So if they have a big party at the Parkway and the house burns down, that's not covered by either insurance either, because of Airbnb, because they're running illegal too. So if we can state that as well, so the people know that they're at risk if something happens, their house burns down or damage is not covered at all by insurance.
That's why it's important that we have a system with regulation and enforcement, and that's what we need. Controls, exactly. Okay?
Okay.
Oh, did we vote? Yeah, we did. Did we vote? Did we vote? We didn't vote? All those in favor? Yeah, we did, but we'll do it twice. We'll make double sure.
Okay, just the last one. Every time we have a rainstorm, we hear about the Riverview Park, and everybody has to race down there. And can somebody tell us when the work is going to be done on that park? We just did 10 parks tonight, but the money we must be spending going out there, sending crews out there every time it rains to try to look after Riverview Park and respond to the complaints, I think it's ridiculous. Can we have some idea when this is going to stop?
So Ms. Moldenhauer's gone, so Mr. Holman, it's up to you.
Mr. Mayor, thank you very much. I know a number of councilors have called me about it. As you know, we put the CSO tanks in that park last year. We didn't finish the final restoration because we were moving ahead with a park redevelopment project. So we listed it on our priority 1 projects. It didn't make the final cut, so it's on the tab 10 list. We'd like to move ahead with the detailed design and construction this year, so that we can reestablish the proper drainage and get rid of the berms and some of the other things that cause some issues for us on an operating basis. So we're hoping when we deal with the OLG contribution agreement proceeds, I believe the treasurer is going to be bringing something at the next meeting.
How much are we talking?
In the tab 10, it's shown as about $638,000. It's sizable. And now we've got some more feedback from some of the public meetings we had, and there's some additional amenities they want to add, so that number has to be adjusted. But it should be considered in the context with the, so it should be considered in context with all the other priorities that you may want to deal with when you deal with the other.
So we're going to deal with that on May the 9th? Okay, I'll leave it till then, but I think that we're spending enough time and effort on that, we should be moving forward, particularly when we're doing 10 other parks.
Okay, Councillor Crater, do you have any new business?
I do, yeah.
Yeah? Oh, yeah, to that point, yeah, of course,
To
Councillor.
that point, actually, that's what new business was, because, of course, Robin Sage has been a long-standing friend of mine for years, and of course, every time it rains, and I don't know what happened, and this is a question that not only her and other people now are asking about Riverview Park, and I mean, I walked over there, we've gone through the park, and I know there's been concern, but for the 29 years that she's lived there, that's never happened. And when it rains, of course, we see now that it's flooding, and that the panic and the fear is that this is now going to flood into their basements, which has never flooded and never had that problem. And I just don't understand, like, we put all that money and invested in doing this project, and now we've left the neighbors there around the park, Riverview Park, in fear of this water not draining and potentially flooding their basement. And I mean, they're screaming loud and clear, and they're letting us know. And I have to tell you, what happens when the water then gets in their basement? What the hell are we going to do then? I'm telling you, this is just bizarre, and it's gone on so long. Like, I don't know what happened that we're in this situation, but I don't think it was supposed to be like that. And we need to fix it. And you talk about it, and they've all talked about this. Great that the mayor stood up and talked about all these parks. It was in the paper. But Jesus, they said, can you bloody well fix a situation that you've already started, and you've left us now, not high and dry, but pretty wet in the backyard, and it's going to actually continue to flood. So, I mean, they're just looking for answers, and I have to tell you, I'm probably the same as everybody sitting around this table. I sure as hell don't want to get a call every bloody time it rains, but I'm sympathetic to understand that the fear is the water is now coming into their backyard. So, we've got to fix it. I don't know that we can have it on a tab 10. I'm sorry I didn't hear what you had said about addressing that.
Well, Mr. Mayor, if we aren't able to approve the funding to revitalize the park, there's still funds available in the CSO project to go back and reestablish some drainage in that area. What we wanted to avoid was having to do the restoration, reseed it, and put stuff in place and then dig it up 6 months later. So, you know, the intention was to try and save some money, and had everything kind of fallen into place, we might be okay. We are out there on a regular basis too often. We're trying to monitor the situation. We get a phone call every time it rains, and that's fine. We'll do our best to protect private property. But the intention here was just not to waste dollars on reestablishing an old situation and then dig it back up again.
So tab 10, we've got the opportunity at our next council meeting, we can find the funding there, right? We can address it, so we can deal with it and have the park, the water problem taken care of, and the park
Well, why are we going
remediated.
to, so we have to wait till the next meeting for tab 10 to come back to pull it out?
Actually, we probably
Why
don't.
can't we do it now?
Do it now.
Yeah.
I think that the staff need to know that they've got our support and the financial backing. That's what you're looking for, is to get this problem solved. I
Yeah,
mean, because that
Mr.
problem could only be a
CAO,
lot
we'd like to-
bigger.
But just to
Sorry.
caution you, it's quite, if that's what council wants to do tonight, Mr. Holman's saying you're probably now talking somewhere in the, what, $800,000 range? You've got other priorities on that list, so just to caution you, if you're gonna approve that much money here tonight to allow them to finish the design, it may take priority over a number of other projects that are on that list that you may want to consider at the same time.
And I fully appreciate the fact that we're going to look at building new parks and everything, but the message is loud and clear. Take care of the existing parks that we have now, and especially with the situation with the flooding there. I just want to be cautious about it. I don't know where we're going to get the money, but it's got to get fixed before we probably take on or build anything new.
Can I ask you a question? I thought there was some reserve money left over there for remediation of that park. That's what I was told with some of our park staff. Is there money there that's already in place for this park? Do we know about that?
To be honest, I don't know that. I'd have to look.
Because I think there might be some other funds possibly.
I'm not
below
sure,
the-
I'm
yeah.
not sure who advised you of that, we'd have to look.
I can tell you off camera, yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, what the CAO says, the Tab 10 project, I mean, we've already pre-approved more of the OLG funding than we normally have done in the past. We've done a lot of work in a lot of parks areas and a lot of funding of those things. There is quite a lot of items in the Tab 10 area which needs to be addressed, and we'll be competing for those funds. Certainly, there is availability to move forward with that, but when you get to the May 9th meeting, there might not, be as much as for all the other projects that might be coming forward.
Councillor Thompson.
I can wait till May the 9th, but what I would like to have then is the opportunity to, of course, we can always make the motion, depending, and I don't know what other topics are on the tab 10 at this point, but I'd like them to come in with a solution so that these people aren't in jeopardy, even on a temporary basis, so that they know that they're not going to have the water up to their backyard and into their basement eventually. So an interim solution, and also we'll have the opportunity to see if we can do a permanent solution. I would make that a motion for the next meeting.
Okay, moved by Councillor Thompson, second by Councillor Morocco, that we ask staff to devise an interim solution for Riverview Park flooding, keep it out of the neighbors' backyards, and then let's look to planning for the long-term solution and funding for remediation and rebuilding of that park. So we've got that motion. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, thank you for that. Councillor, no. And Councillor Morocco, any new business? Any other new business? Motion for adjournment. Councillor Strange, second by Councillor Campbell. All those in favor? Approved.